Deng Yufeng did not notice the strange tone in Yunxiao's voice, but he was staring into the distance vigilantly. Soon, the figures of dozens of warriors appeared in their line of sight. They were running away madly, and the wailing ghost wolf was chasing them. Every time it hit them, they would shiver. Some of the weaker ones fell directly from the sky, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Boom! Boom! The sound of the huge earthquake was getting closer and closer, and they finally saw the true face. A white shadow moved behind them like a mountain. It was a huge rabbit with red eyes. It didn't look cute at all. Instead, it looked like a ferocious beast that ate meat. The rabbit didn't jump. Instead, it took a few steps forward, creating a huge tremor. On its two upright ears, blue lightning crackled, causing a strange phenomenon in the sky. The sound came from the rabbit's mouth, and it shook the air. A strong wind started to blow on the sea, and countless fish and shrimp were killed by the sound waves. They rolled out of the sea and slowly covered the sea. Deng Yufeng's expression changed, and he said with a serious face, "It's a 9th-rank demonic beast. Should we run, or a swan and I?" At this moment, the group of cultivators had already flown into the sea. Their faces immediately relaxed. Many of them let out a long breath as if they had escaped a disaster. However, they still did not dare to be careless and quickly flew into the sea. They bet that since the rabbit was a demonic beast, it should not dare to go into the sea. At the same time, the voices of a few warriors came over and went straight into Yunxiao and Yunxiao's ears. "You two idiots. You're still standing there like idiots. Don't you know how to run? Hee. Maybe he thinks he has the strength to deal with that huge rabbit. Humph. Tell me a joke. Who cares, they're right behind us and can help us block for a while. I hope they're not too weak." At this moment, the rabbit had already rushed to the seaside. As expected, it did not dare to come down and just stood there in a daze. However, the power of thunder in its ears was getting stronger and stronger, and the hair on its whole body was standing up. It seemed to be about to attack. Boom! A wave-like explosion was heard. Before the rabbit could even move, several shocking water pillars broke through the sea surface and shot into the sky. Several warriors were killed by the water pillars before they could even scream. Their bodies fell into the sea, and hundreds of strange small fish instantly emerged, devouring them in the blink of an eye. Those cultivators were all terrified and became extremely alert in the waves, dodging here and there, not daring to continue moving forward. However, retreating was not an option either, so they could only stay in large numbers between the sea and the sky, waiting for the situation to change. The shocking waves pushed the sea water away, and a huge fish head was revealed. It was actually a huge replica of the hundreds and thousands of strange small fish. It was tens of thousands of times larger, and a fish head was almost larger than the rabbit. The fish's eyes turned around and finally fell on the rabbit. The silver scales of the strange fish were painful to the eye under the sun, and they were extremely sharp and hard. They were natural armor. The rabbit seemed to recognize the big strange fish, and it became vigilant as it stood on the shore. Its fat legs slightly squatted down, and its red eyes focused on it. Its two ears constantly swayed, and the power of thunder and lightning on them crackled. The two giant beasts were in a deadlock, as if they were still. However, the two surging demonic powers formed a chi field that pressed against each other, producing an extremely strong spiritual pressure between the sea and the land. The entire sea and the clouds in the sky were constantly changing shape at an extremely fast speed. There was movement in the silence, and there was silence in the movement. In this silence and movement, the cultivators who were caught in the middle were the most miserable. Their faces turned pale, and it could be said that they had no way out. Even Yunxiao and Deng Yufeng felt extremely uncomfortable in the face of the two forces. They only felt a little relieved after circulating their origin energy to resist the force. The rabbit finally couldn't help but move. Its two ears suddenly straightened, and suddenly a thunderbolt appeared and blasted towards the giant fish. The entire sky and earth were illuminated with a deep blue, and all the cultivators' faces turned pale in an instant. Boom, boom, boom! The lightning streaked across the sky, and the martial artists dodged with all their might. Many of them were directly hit, and they were electrocuted black on the spot before falling into the sea and being eaten by the small monster fish. The huge fish didn't do anything. It closed its eyes and its entire head began to shrink into its body like a porcupine. When the shocking lightning landed on its scales, it was directly blasted away in all directions, unable to hurt it in the slightest. This time, the cultivators caught in the middle were completely in trouble. Some of them had managed to dodge the rabbit's attack with great difficulty, but they were immediately bounced back by the endless backlash. The power of lightning without any pattern struck them here and there, and another group died. Bang! Xianxia's Tiger King chariot was not spared from the backlash of the thunderbolt, and it was destroyed in an instant. 2 beams of light rushed out of the explosion, but they were not injured at all, and their faces were solemn. At this moment, everyone could see that the 2 of them were extraordinary. One of the warriors hurriedly shouted, "My lords, please use your divine abilities to drive away these 2 demonic beasts and save our lives." "Chase away these 2 demonic beasts? You guys must be joking." Deng Yufeng's face was cold. He had only recovered half of his strength, and his injuries had not fully recovered. Under the hostility of these 2 demonic beasts, he could only protect himself. After the scales of the strange fish reflected the lightning, it had already stretched its head out and spat out white foam. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from the sea. The small strange fish had actually learned to spit as well, and a large amount of white foam rose to the surface of the sea. Gulp! The giant monstrous fish spat out the bubble in its mouth, and it suddenly flew across the sea, sweeping up the surrounding seawater. The countless tiny bubbles flew into the air, and the giant bubble's speed became faster and faster. It rushed towards the shore, and the moment it left the sea, it turned into a white light that swept across the entire coastline, illuminating it with a pale white color. The countless tiny bubbles that were swept into the air suddenly dissolved in an instant and turned into white light that contained a strange power. Many martial artists were unable to resist it and were touched by the white light. They immediately screamed and burned in the air, turning into ashes in an instant. "It's actually demonic fire." Xianxia was taken aback. The 2 giant beasts were both divine abilities of the element attribute. He and Deng Yufeng were also able to resist the white light without much effort. The rabbit on the shore seemed to show a trace of fear. It closed its feet and jumped up, not daring to touch the white demonic flame. Its huge body directly leaped back, jumping over 100 meters in one go, and landing on the ground with a huge tremor. The white flames spread out in all directions and gradually extinguished after a while. However, most of the coastline had turned white after the flames had burned. After the 2 giant beasts attacked each other to test the waters, they did not move again. The lightning in the rabbit's ears had weakened a lot, as if it was accumulating energy, while the strange fish was making goo-goo sounds from its mouth, but no one knew what it was doing. The most miserable ones were the martial artists who were caught in the middle. 7 or 8 out of 10 had already died, leaving only 5 people. 4 of them were martial supremes, and 1 was a peak martial honor. They had only managed to survive by relying on their strong strength. The rest of the people had completely died. Even the remaining 5 people's faces turned pale. They didn't know what was going to happen next. This was a realistic portrayal of a fight between immortals and the suffering of mortals. After the 2 giant beasts were locked in a stalemate for a while, the strange fish's eyes rolled a few times. As if it felt bored, it turned around and swam away. The remaining 5 people heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They nervously flew toward the surface of the sea for a while, trying to get as far away from the rabbit as possible. Seeing that the enemy was gone, the rabbit looked around with its small eyes, and its red eyes immediately fell on the humans in front of it, who it thought were insignificant. The lightning in its ears began to intensify. Deng Yufeng's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yun, what should we do? Kill or run?" This rabbit was only at the beginning of the 9th rank, which was much weaker than Iron Tears. However, with their current strength, they might not be able to win even if they joined forces. It was a pity that all his treasures had been destroyed, and he was injured. He only had a battle saber with him now. Otherwise, with his strength as a 5-star martial sovereign, he could have gone up and fought alone. Its thunderbolt attack covers a large area, Xianxia said in a deep voice. I'm afraid it can't run away for a while. I think it'll be more dangerous if it returns to the sea. The 5 warriors quickly retreated into the sea. At this moment, the big strange fish that had disappeared in the sea suddenly stretched out its head again. The 5 warriors were so scared that they quickly flew back to the shore and surrounded Deng Yufeng. Because Deng Yufeng was the most powerful among them, she felt more secure around him. In that case, it's killing. A cold look flashed in Deng Yufeng's eyes. His saber suddenly appeared on his shoulder and he held it with one hand. This treasured saber was his last asset, and even his battle armor had been completely shattered by Iron Tear's attack. Let's just beat him back and return to the shore first. God knows what else will appear in the sea. If we can kill the rabbit, that would be the best. Xianxia had a lingering fear of this sea area. With a wave of his hand, 9 northern heaven cold star swords appeared in front of him and took the shape of swords. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other 5 cultivators' morale was greatly boosted as well. They took out their profound level weapons one after another and poured their yuan qi into them. The buzzing sounds of the profound level weapons spread out one by one. When the rabbit saw this, it seemed to be stunned for a moment. Only then did it realize that aside from the 2 of them, the cultivation of the others was not below its own. Instead, it began to hesitate. If he doesn't want to fight, we'll fight. Xianxia shouted coldly. Attack! He pointed with one hand, and the 9 sword-shaped swords suddenly slashed out, crossing the sky. Without any hesitation, Deng Feiyu followed up with a saber beam. His killing saber was so cold that it tore the space apart and caught up with Yunxiao's 9 swords, falling almost at the same time. The big rabbit sensed the danger and flicked its ears. The power of lightning gathered on its body, forming an oval ball of lightning in front of it to defend. Boom! The sword chi and saber radiance instantly broke through its lightning shield and split apart the lightning defense. They struck the rabbit's body and forced it to retreat. The rabbit already understood that it was no match for him, so it used the momentum of its retreat to hurriedly leap up and escape to the back. A shrill wail came out of its mouth, making people's ears hurt and their chi and blood boil. Everyone hurriedly circulated their essence force to seal off their 5 senses and 6 senses. At the same time, they felt their morale greatly boosted. They had a feeling of exaltation and were almost about to cheer. The roles of knife and fish had instantly switched. This is a 9th-rank demonic beast. One of them said excitedly, his eyes shining. The vitality stones we get from killing it are enough for a lifetime of cultivation. The other person snorted disdainfully and said, Humph, only a fool would exchange them for primordial stones. They're all treasures. As a martial emperor powerhouse, he might not have good equipment, but at least he would not be lacking in metastones for cultivation. What are you waiting for? Chase! The third person could not help but chase after the rabbit first. Only then did the others follow closely behind him. Xianxia and Deng Yufeng exchanged a look and then followed. Deng Yufeng was broke at the moment, and he wanted to get something good, but Xianxia would not let the rabbit go. Although the mutated thunderbolt was only a demonic thunder, it was still very beneficial to his cultivation of the thunder art. Although the rabbit's body was huge, it was still extremely fast. It leaped forward in the air, and its feet did not land on the ground. With a few leaps, it was already thousands of meters away. It was not inferior to everyone's escape technique. Humph! Now you know how to escape? Just now, when you were chasing after us, you were so satisfied. A 3-star martial emperor expert's face was filled with gloom. He shot out an arrow-like profound level weapon with both hands. It broke through the air with a whoosh and exploded violently in front of him. It turned into a huge green light net and covered the area. The rabbit jumped violently just in time for the green net to fall. The lightning on its ears flickered, and a layer of blue lightning immediately struck out, pushing the net away. Xianxia immediately took out the sunset cloud mirror and shone the mirror light over, locking the space in place. The rabbit's body and the power of thunder suddenly came to a halt, and then it was immediately covered by the blue light net and fell from the sky. Boom! He landed heavily on the ground. A huge shock wave spread out and razed the surrounding area to the ground. Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. When they saw the rabbit struggling in the net from a distance, they immediately used all kinds of unique skills to take revenge. Suddenly, the light shook the sky and hit the rabbit until it cried out ghostly. Its two ears directly drooped down and stuck to its face, as if it was in a defensive state. Although everyone's moves were ruthless, it was very difficult to hurt it. "My lord, please help. This demonic rabbit's defense is too strong. Our attacks can't even penetrate it." The three-star martial emperor immediately asked Deng Yufeng for help. He was the strongest among the five of them, but he could not break the demonic rabbit's defense. Moreover, it seemed like the rabbit was still accumulating power and preparing to counterattack. "This rabbit skin is comparable to a 9th-tier battle suit," Xianxia said. "Moreover, its defensive power has doubled under its lightning power. It's indeed not something an ordinary martial sovereign can break." Deng Yufeng nodded. "Please protect me, young Master Yun. My injuries have yet to recover. It's going to be tough for me to fight this demon rabbit." The five men all wore strange looks. Xianxia was the weakest among them, but he was asked to protect them. Was there something special about this? Two of them stared at Xianxia for a while, and it was only then that they seemed to recognize his identity. But even so, they still felt that it was a little exaggerated. The lord beside them was a 5-star martial emperor. "Go ahead, Brother Featherwind." Xianxia nodded and said, "I'll watch from the side." Just as he was speaking, a schwa 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 sound came from the rabbit's body. The green net of light on its body became fainter and fainter, turning into green smoke and dissipating. The 3-star martial emperor's face changed drastically, and he said in horror, "Retreat!" Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 experts who were attacking the rabbit were inexplicably hit by a huge force. The force directly penetrated their bodies, and they burst into clouds of blood mist, flying out. 2 of the martial sovereign's lives were hanging by a thread. They hurriedly took out all kinds of secret pills and swallowed them. One of the experts at the peak of the martial honored realm exploded into a pile of meat and died completely. This sudden change immediately caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Rabbit's eyes seemed to become even redder, and with a bang, his huge body flew into the air, blocking the blood moon. It actually blocked out the light of the moon. The remaining 4 people's expressions changed drastically. The rabbit seemed to have entered a frenzied state, and the aura on its body was extremely violent. The entire space became extremely sensitive, and crackling sounds of electric arcs could be heard everywhere. Bolts of lightning appeared everywhere like earthworms. The rabbit's body was also filled with electricity. Under the influence of the power of lightning, its entire body gradually turned light blue. The 4 of them were shocked to discover that they were also affected by this extremely powerful lightning field. There were electric arcs jumping out from time to time outside their yuan qi protection, and the yuan qi around them began to be consumed at an extremely fast speed. Their strength seemed to be suppressed. The only one who was not affected was Xianxia. The electric arcs flashing near him were sucked directly into his body as if they were being sucked in by a force, and the aura emanating from his body grew stronger and stronger. Deng Feiyu was shocked and immediately understood. She said with envy, "Young Master Yun, is the cultivation method you're using now the thunder art that Lu Jianba taught you?" "Yes," Xianxia said. "At first, I was worried that there would be problems with this lightning art. Now that I've tried it out, it feels good." Deng Feiyu smiled bitterly. "One side is weaker than the other. Our power is suppressed by the thunderbolt field. I'm afraid it'll be a tough battle to win this rabbit." He grabbed the saber with both hands and got into a fighting stance, ready to fight. The other 2 also held profound weapons in their hands and became extremely vigilant. The rabbit suspended in the air without moving, but the color of its fur was indeed getting bluer and bluer. It was obvious that it was accumulating power. Finally, the rabbit moved. Its head looked down, and its 2 eyes were like precious stones and red jade, so beautiful that it was somewhat devilish. A blue ring of light appeared around the rabbit's body, like a ring of stars. Circles of lightning patterns appeared on its ears, containing laws. The entire scene in the sky was too beautiful to look at. The rabbit's mouth continued to whisper, and the blue star ring began to rotate. The lightning energy in the entire world was affected, and the star ring suddenly pressed down. A storm of thunder formed within it, and the entire world was completely deformed by the might of thunder. How can he be so strong? Deng Feiyu was shocked. He kept striking out his saber radiance, forming a huge saber talisman in front of him and shooting it out. The thunderstar ring landed on the saber talisman, and the two shocking forces were equally matched. The sky was completely compressed into two colors, and the saber chi and thunder continued to disintegrate. The entire sky was destroyed. The other two men's faces turned pale. Under such a powerful attack, they could only barely protect themselves. The three-star martial emperor was not so bad. The sword in his hand swept across the sky and absorbed all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. It formed a light green light shield around his body and shot out a sword light toward the ring of stars. Yunxiao pulled out the 1,000-year blade and touched it with his left hand. The terror of the true dragon immediately woke up the corpse puppet and sent it flying into the sky. He had an extremely strong affinity with lightning, but at this moment, he also felt that something was not right. The rabbit's lightning field energy did not seem to be its own power, and it felt endless. Bang! The saber talisman was finally crushed into pieces and turned into a shocking saber light that scattered in all directions. The sword light of the three-star martial sovereign instantly disappeared. Then, the great corpse puppet rushed into the star ring and finally tore the blue sea of lightning apart. Boom! The star ring shattered and condensed into a huge thunderbolt, directly shaking the giant corpse puppet down and blasting it into the ground. The entire ground instantly turned into ashes and smoke. The lightning entered it and began to disintegrate the earth inch by inch. The power extended to the sea, rolling up towering waves and pushing forward. The two one-star martial sovereigns who had been injured by the rabbit earlier were recuperating hard below. They were horrified to see the aftermath of the thunderbolt sweeping over and the entire ground being overturned and destroyed. They could no longer care about their injuries and forcibly took a breath to escape. However, it was already too late. The moment the two of them rose into the air, they were directly swept up by the power of the aftermath of the lightning, and they were turned into fragments that filled the sky along with the ground. Yunxiao and the other three were also shocked and put up a defense, but they were all sent flying hundreds of meters away. Although they did not suffer any internal injuries, their chi and blood were tumbling in their bodies, and they felt an extreme pressure on their chests. After the rabbit had used this terrifying attack, it jumped into the distance from the sky. Boom! 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 He jumped a few times in a row, his feet not taking up any space. He rose into the air, shaking the sky so much that it trembled violently, getting further and further away. The few of them looked at the rabbit's back and were all shocked, not daring to chase it anymore. Yunxiao's face darkened. He performed a hand incantation gesture in the air and cast a runic seal into the ground. Suddenly, a cold beam shot out and fell into his hand. It was the 1,000-year blade. At this moment, the spirit chi on the blade had been completely lost. It was still covered with a layer of faint blue light, and the power of thunder was seeping out. Yunxiao's heart trembled. The 1,000-year tyrannical saber was a top-tier, 9th-tier mystic artifact, but it was completely suppressed by the electric field. This was definitely not something that could be done by the thunder element of an ordinary 9th-tier demon beast. Phew! He's finally gone. It's too terrifying. Blood began to return to the three-star martial emperor's pale face, and he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The other two also had a lingering fear, especially Deng Feiyu, who had a feeling of despair. Even if he was in his peak state and used all his cards, the Ring of Lightning just now was nothing more than that. He was a 5-star martial emperor, and this was just a 9th-rank beginner demonic beast in this world. This blow made him even less interested in exploring. He only wanted to find a safe place as soon as possible and wait until he got out. The other two martial sovereigns had the same idea as Deng Feiyu. After the rabbit jumped away, they immediately thanked the rabbit and left. They turned into two rays of light and went in another direction. Young Master Yun, Deng Feiyu said, the combat strength of the demon beasts here is far higher than those of the same level. It's too dangerous. You'd better not explore it. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, then put away the 1,000-year saber and returned to his normal look. It's fine. Brother Flying Feather, you can find a place to cultivate. Goodbye. His eyes were fixed in the direction that the rabbit had escaped. He seemed to be deep in thought as he turned into a ray of light and flew away. Deng Feiyu seemed to have read Yun Xiao's mind. He was taken aback, but he quickly caught up with him and said, Young Master Yun, you're not thinking of chasing after that rabbit, are you? Yun Xiao chuckled and said, Yes. Brother Feiyu, you should know that the lightning art Lu Jianba gave me requires at least 5 types of lightning. The lightning power that this rabbit just displayed is definitely enough. Although he had already guessed it, Deng Feiyu was still shocked. He said in horror, The lightning is good, but you have to be alive to take it. I have my own ways, Yun Xiao said with a faint smile. I have my own ways. Deng Feiyu's face was gloomy and uncertain. He gritted his teeth and said, In that case, I'll risk my life to accompany you, to repay young Master Yun for saving my life. Yun Xiao was surprised that this man still valued friendship so much, but he still refused. No need. I have a secret technique to subdue that rabbit. With you by my side, it's inconvenient for me to use it. Yun Xiao's words were very direct, which meant that it was not convenient for him to show his secret technique in front of outsiders. Deng Feiyu was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. He had always been curious about how Yun Xiao had survived from Iron Tears and Lu Jianba, and from the situation at that time, it seemed that he had driven them away. He had kept this question in his heart and was too embarrassed to ask it. He immediately understood, but he was also extremely shocked. The secret technique was actually so powerful. In that case, be careful. When you're out of here, you must come to my Tianyu building as a guest. I'll treat you with great hospitality to thank you for saving my life, Deng Feiyu said. I will if I have time, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I will. The two of them immediately split up in the sky, turning into 2 rays of light and flying off in different directions. After leaving Deng Feiyu, Yun Xiao transformed into a bolt of lightning and quickly caught up with the rabbit. Only then did he reveal himself and follow closely behind it, trying to find out what was going on. As for the rabbits, they were running out of them. After jumping around in the air for a long time, they continued to jump lower and lower. Finally, they landed in front of a huge mountain, where they began to walk slowly. The mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. It was so deep that the rabbit's huge body could not be seen after entering it. Yun Xiao frowned slightly, then turned into a beam of light and flew in as well. Inside were terrifyingly large trees, each of which seemed to have grown for countless years, and each one was so large that it would take 100 people to wrap their arms around it. Moreover, a lot of powerful auras were faintly exuding from the peak, which made Yun Xiao extremely vigilant. Although he had the lunar eye, only God knew what kind of monsters were lurking in this ancient place. It would be a big joke if he were to die here by accident. He quickly caught up to the rabbit's trail and hopped all the way to the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. What was surprising was that jumping within the mountain peak did not cause any tremors. Yun Xiao's divine sense quickly identified the nature of the mountain. It turned out to be made of an extremely strong earth element, and its grade was at the 7th tier. Such a huge mountain was actually a 7th tier raw material. This discovery gave Yun Xiao a fright, and he crazily thought of moving the entire mountain away. If he could do that, he would instantly become the richest man in the world. However, the powerful aura he felt from time to time in the mountain made him give up on this idea. Even the rabbit in front of him was extremely careful when jumping in the mountain, not daring to make a big fuss. After a while, the rabbit finally reached the top. It was already above the sea of clouds. The sky was vast, and the huge blood moon stood there as if it had been there since ancient times. Yun Xiao quietly hid behind the rabbit. With the strength of his soul power, It was very easy for him to not be discovered by the rabbit. Now, looking at the emptiness above the sea of clouds and the eternity of the blood moon, he suddenly felt a sense of melancholy as if he was in the eternal sky and the moon. A faint power rolled in his eyes and influenced the blood moon in the sky. Bang! The rabbit leaped into the air and jumped forward, stirring up some dust on the ground. Its huge body seemed to be flying in the air with the strength of its jump, and it landed on a cloud. Pa-la-la! When the rabbit jumped into the sea of clouds, it actually caused tens of thousands of lightning bolts to shoot into the sky and dye it blue. The white cloud turned into a blue sea of lightning in an instant. It spread out and absorbed all the clouds in the surroundings. It turned into a series of blue thunderclouds that flickered continuously. The rabbit lay there quietly, and electric rings flickered in its ears as if it was being charged. Xianxia's face flickered under the blue light. He immediately spread out his divine sense, covering the entire sea of thunderclouds and detecting all the movements in it. As expected, it's this kind of lightning energy. Xianxia was overjoyed. The thunder energy here was not inferior to the heavenly tribulation he had absorbed, and it had a vague feeling of being as clear as water. It was water thunder. However, this thundercloud was too large and was not as fierce and pure as the tribulation lightning. It had to be refined. He pondered for a moment, then flew directly above the sea of thunder and began to operate the thunder method of taking thunder. Dozens of hand seals were struck out, hitting on a thundercloud. Suddenly, blue light was emitted, and the thundercloud quickly shrank, turning into a beautiful blue symbol, and then ascended. Xianxia was overjoyed. He took a few quick steps forward, transformed into a thunderbolt, and absorbed the thunder rune into his body. The two completely different powers of thunder and lightning clashed for a moment before they quickly fused together. Xianxia's body of thunder seemed to have changed color slightly. As soon as he saw that it worked, Xianxia immediately began to refine the thunderclouds, turning them into powerful thunder runes that he directly absorbed and refined. In just half a day, he had devoured a small part of the thunderclouds, and the energy field above the sea of clouds had been weakened significantly. Just as Xianxia was happily absorbing the energy, his divine sense moved slightly and instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning. A blue thunderbolt struck the place where he had been standing, scattering the entire thundercloud and filling the sky with flashing arcs. The rabbit that had recovered its energy finally woke up and found that its treasury was being robbed. It was about to explode in anger. After missing its attack, it suddenly jumped over, raised its two fists high, and smashed down. Xianxia snorted coldly and took a step forward. His body instantly turned into an indestructible golden body, and he threw out his fists as well. A strong wind blew away the thunderclouds around him, opening up a passage. Boom! The four fists collided and burst out with an extremely strong electric arc light, as if there were thousands of birds chirping. The blue light shone on the face of the man and beast. One was shocked, the other was sneering. Xianxia took the rabbit's fists with his own body, but he did not take a step back. However, his chi and blood were tumbling violently, and a trace of blood was left at the corner of his mouth. But he was more excited. Although the rabbit's advantage wasn't in strength, it was still a 9th-rank monstrous beast, after all. It could rely on its physical body to fight against humans of the same rank. The rabbit also seemed to be stunned by the scene in front of it. Its short and fat hands were held tightly by Xianxia, and it could even feel the pain. Ah! Xianxia roared, his face turning a little ferocious. He pulled forward, lifted the rabbit up, and threw it out. The rabbit's huge body was flying on the thundercloud like a stone hitting the surface of the water. Xianxia took a step forward, then transformed into a thunderbolt and traveled hundreds of meters in a flash, coming directly in front of the rabbit. With an excited look on his face, he said, "Don't you know how to play with lightning? Let's see if you're stronger or I'm stronger." He suddenly jumped up and flew in the air, revealing his 3-headed and 6-armed transcendence golden body. His 6 arms made hand seals at the same time, and the speed of the hand seals was 3 times faster than usual. All kinds of hand seals were launched, and the surrounding thunderclouds were refined into thunder runes, sublimating and being absorbed into his body. The rabbit stood up from the thundercloud and seemed to have realized something. It opened its hands, and the lightning rings on its ears flickered. A light blue lightning star ring began to form around its body, becoming more and more solid. Xianxia watched coldly as the power of the thunderclouds around him was absorbed by the rabbit. At the same time, an extremely strong electric field energy generated by the gathering of a large number of thunderbolts on the mountain peak began to move to the rabbit, as if it was being used by it. As expected of a lightning attribute demonic beast. Its ability to comprehend this kind of heaven and earth energy is even above that of a lightning technique. As Xianxia quickly condensed and absorbed the lightning talismans, he carefully observed the changes in the lightning around the rabbit, sensing the frequency fluctuations of the lightning star ring and memorizing them one by one. The sea of thunderclouds around them was emptied by tens of thousands of square meters as they absorbed it crazily. At that moment, Xianxia's two arms stopped, and a ball of thunder began to gather on one of his hands, which was constantly pouring power into it. His other arm took out the Maha-ancient hammer and hit the ball of lightning, making a series of banging sounds. With every knock, one of the ancient Maha characters would enter the ball of lightning and slowly disappear. Under the constant hammering, the ball of lightning's color became darker and darker, showing signs of turning black. Meanwhile, his other four arms were still refining and absorbing the lightning talismans without stopping. At this moment, the lightning star ring around the rabbit's body was also becoming more and more blue, gradually reaching a saturated state. The rabbit raised its head, and its face was filled with anger and ferocity. Its body seemed to have swelled up a bit, and its two ears stood up high. Because the lightning was too full, the circles of lightning patterns became brighter. Both of them had great divine abilities of the thunder element, and the ring of stars emitted the same field energy as the entire thundercloud. Meanwhile, Xianxia's thunderball was constantly condensing and compressing the thunderbolts while imitating the frequency of the ring of stars. It spun rapidly in his palm, reaching the limit of his control. The rabbit mustered its energy, and the star ring suddenly flew out. Bolts of lightning connected below it, and with infinite field energy, a sea of thunderbolts blasted toward Xianxia. As for the rabbit's slightly inflated body, after being jolted out of the ring of stars, it immediately shriveled up a few times, turning into a bag of bones. All of its strength had been drained in an instant. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, and the ball of thunder in his hand began to go out of control. Every time the hammer hit the ball, the thunder talisman would be shattered outside the ball, turning into earthworm-like thunderbolts that swam away, no longer able to be further compressed and refined. "Have you reached your limit?" Feeling the shocking power in his hand, Xianxia smiled hideously and threw the ball of lightning at the ring of stars. An ancient Maha character emerged on the ball of lightning, growing brighter and brighter. The electric field energy above the entire sea of clouds had been completely disrupted by the interference of this man and beast. The sky and earth had turned blue. When the star ring and the ball of lightning collided with each other, a huge vortex appeared with the two as the center, sweeping the entire sea of clouds in. Boom, boom, boom. The peak of the mountain that reached into the clouds suddenly crumbled and fell down inch by inch. The dust was also swept into the vortex. The demonic power in the mountain was in a riot, and they began to flee down the mountain. Only a few powerful demonic chi still fluctuated around the mountain peak, but their auras had also become abnormally violent, shooting into the sky with fierce light. Xianxia and the rabbit were not having a good time in the lightning vortex either. Both of them were covered in wounds from the lightning while they struggled to resist the suction of the vortex. Finally, the rabbit could not hold on any longer and was swept up, spinning in the sky. At this moment, Xianxia had already transformed into a three-headed and six-armed man. He performed several incantation seals and nailed his body into the sky like a steel nail. Lightning kept breaking the golden light on his body, and suddenly, a huge shadow emerged above his head. What? Xianxia was taken aback. It turned out that when the rabbit was spinning beside him, it had jumped with all its might and pounced on him. Bang! The huge body smashed into Xianxia, who was already swaying in the wind and rain. How could he withstand the rabbit's pounce? He immediately lost his composure and was swept up by the vortex of thunder, and the two figures were swallowed together. The lightning and electricity that had accumulated over the years above the mountain peak were instantly obliterated. The lightning vortex continued to sweep for several days until a figure landed. The aura disappeared here. Did the lightning open the space passage? That figure appeared in the lightning whirlpool. His delicate face was as calm as water. It was Murong Zhu, who had appeared in the dungeon of Red Moon City. The violent lightning turned into lightning dragons and blasted towards his body. However, within a few feet of him, the dragons turned into snakes and slowly disappeared. The lightning in the sky did not dare to touch his clothes. Murong Zhu's eyes stared at the eye of the vortex. A dark green light flashed between her eyebrows, as if she wanted to see through the space on the other side. I can't see it anymore. Such a powerful thunderbolt has scattered all the aura left behind. I'm going to lose contact with it for a while. A few wrinkles appeared on Murong Zhu's face. She raised her head to look at the blood moon in the sky and muttered to herself, "The moon pupil is indeed on this person. How many years has it been?" In the next moment, he grabbed at the air, and all the lightning in the sky gathered in his palm at a lightning speed, forming a ball of lightning. There was a faint purple color on it, and it was extremely terrifying. A force dragged the ball of lightning into the vortex, bringing with it the power of endless lightning. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. The lightning was like fireworks, blooming into thousands of thunder dragons that spread in all directions. A large number of thunderbolts fell on the ground, directly smashing countless terrifying potholes. The peak of the mountain was directly wiped off hundreds of meters in height. A few unusually powerful demonic chi were desperately running down. After a while, the rain of lightning dragons gradually stopped. The sky that had been shrouded in lightning for several days finally regained its clarity. However, the peak of the mountain that was in the clouds had been cut down by a line. Those powerful demon beasts in the mountain had all hidden at the foot of the mountain, not daring to go up for several months. After Murong Zhu threw the ball of lightning, she didn't care about the situation and disappeared. After being sucked into the eye of the vortex, Yunxiao's body was severely injured. Fortunately, he was constantly absorbing thunderbolts to repair his body. After a moment of dizziness, he finally saw the light and fell down. The place where he had landed was a wilderness, a vast expanse of white land, large areas of saline alkali silicon pools, which looked like mottled bald sores, and sparse weeds and shrubs. The wilderness was covered in black spots. At first glance, it was obvious that this place was too humid, which made it seem a little bleak and cold. As far as he could see, there was a huge bone armor that was 30 to 40 meters tall scattered on the ground. Its body was like jade, and it emitted dense spiritual chi. It was enough to show how powerful this demon beast had been before it died. It was at least a 9th-grade existence. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense. After making sure that there was no danger nearby, he immediately began to regulate his breathing. His body had suffered a great deal of damage after the attack with the rabbit, but fortunately, his body was abnormal enough to be comparable to a 9th-tier demon beast. After several days of regulating his breath, he finally returned to his peak state. He made a hand seal and a golden light covered his body. His whole body was shining, and the strength of his physical body was steadily improving. Then, he changed his hand gesture and formed a few strange seals. Bolts of lightning broke out of his body and spun around him. Yunxiao performed the incantation very slowly, but every time he did, the thunderbolt would change. A moment later, a ring of stars was formed in front of him, and the electric field spread out. The withered grass in the surrounding wasteland immediately sensed it and became as hard as thorns, standing straight up. There was also a layer of faint blue energy covering the surface of the leaves. The coarse salt in the pothole-filled saline pool was also distributed, forming circles of lightning patterns. Yunxiao frowned and began to think. Then, he opened his immemorial heavenly eye and shot out a bolt of tribulation lightning, striking it directly into the ring of stars. The entire lightning field was thrown into chaos in an instant, and lightning kept bursting out of the ring, beginning to go out of control. The lightning runes formed by the crude salts in the pool also became messy and out of shape. Xianxia had foreseen all this, so he calmly inserted all kinds of runes into the ring. With every thrust, the energy of the ring of stars became stable. Time passed by slowly. After a few days, everything was finally under control. Due to the effect of the lightning, the imprint of the law of thunder appeared on the ground, and a huge Maha-ancient text was printed on the ground. Xianxia put away the thunderbolts and frowned slightly. He had more or less mastered the two types of lightning power and the star ring, but there was still a certain distance from the requirements of the thunder art, which required him to do as he pleased. It would take a long time to hone and accumulate, and it would be very difficult to make any substantial progress in the short term. The direct reason why he stopped cultivating was that he felt someone coming. They were a few miles away and had stepped into the wilderness. He also sensed a familiar aura. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind blew out and wiped away the thunder law mark on the ground. Then, he teleported to the huge demon beast skeleton and studied it carefully. After that, he slapped the skeleton with his palm and put it into the divine realm tablet, then turned it into a beam of light and flew toward the man. A few miles away, 7 people were flying at a low altitude in the wilderness. Suddenly, all 7 of them stopped and looked in shock at the furry existence in front of them. Their expressions changed greatly and they became vigilant. They had also encountered the demonic beasts in this ancient world, which were more powerful than the ones in the heavenly martial realm. Some people had died because of them, so they were all afraid. That demonic beast was covered in blood, and there was no sign of life. It should be dead. After a while, one of the old men said with a deep voice, and a strange light shone in his eyes. Although he couldn't determine the level of this monster beast at the moment, he could judge from his experience that it was very likely a 9th-rank existence. The value of a 9th-rank monster beast's corpse was difficult to estimate, not to mention that it was a monster beast that had lived for so long that it was probably one of a kind on the continent. A young man immediately rushed up and activated his defensive mode. He carefully landed on the body of the huge demonic beast. After examining it for a while, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "He's dead, as expected. We've picked up a big bargain this time." The other 6 people were also overjoyed and flew over one after another, landing around the monster beast and began to examine it. A young woman extended her hand and gently stroked the demonic beast's fur. She sighed, "What a pity. Such a cute blue rabbit. How did it die? Master, can you tell the level of this demonic beast?" A woman in a court dress also shot a beam of light at the rabbit, which was immediately extinguished by a blue arc of lightning. A 9th-order monster beast with the lightning attribute. "Elder me, we've gained a lot this time," the beautiful woman said in surprise. The old leader, Elder me, also stroked his beard and laughed. "What's even rarer is that the corpse is so complete. Not even the fur is broken. It seems that a powerful force directly entered the body and shattered the internal organs. This complete rabbit is enough to be the finale item of a top-tier auction." The young man who had come over first looked around vigilantly and said, "To be able to kill such a powerful demonic beast, it's clear how terrifying the opponent is. This wilderness is not safe either. Feiyu is right. We can't stay here for long." Elder me nodded. Just as he was about to take the rabbit, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. The lightning gathered above the rabbit and did not disperse. Under everyone's shock, it revealed a delicate and pretty figure and said indifferently, "This rabbit is mine." "Li Yunxiao." The young man was taken aback, but he immediately calmed down and said, "What a coincidence! I can't believe I'm able to meet young Master Yun here." When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. This name had been like the sun in the sky recently, and it could be said that there was no one in the world who did not know it. Yunxiao gave the young man a look, then nodded gently and said, "So it's Brother Feiyu from the 10,000 Treasures building. I've missed you since I left Songyue in the city." "You are Li Yunxiao?" Elder Mi was moved. "You are Li Yunxiao? The new generation is catching up with the old." The others all looked at Xianxia with great curiosity, wanting to see what this famous young genius looked like. There's no need to be nervous, everyone. Young Master Yun is an acquaintance, a friend, Li Feiyu said with a smile. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. But, I know you well, but this rabbit is mine. The few of them were stunned. They had clearly discovered the rabbit first, yet the other party was so rude. Elder Mi was also slightly displeased and snorted. You think it's yours just because you say so? Do you have any evidence? Xianxia was also having a headache. No one would believe him if he said that he had killed the rabbit, and he could not find any evidence to explain it. So, he had to say again, I don't have any evidence, but it's indeed mine. Humph. Don't tell me you're going to say that you killed this rabbit. The woman in the court dress was also a little angry and said sarcastically, It's good for young people to be a little arrogant, but one must be down to earth as a person. Moreover, our myriad treasure store isn't some soft persimmon that can be bullied. On the contrary, it's very likely to be a hedgehog. Don't get angry, everyone. Let's talk this out, Li Feiyu hurriedly said. For some reason, Xianxia always gave him a feeling of secrecy, and he did not want to be his enemy. He looked at Xianxia and said awkwardly, Young Master Yun, it's true that we found this rabbit first. How can we believe you when you say you have no evidence? If it was an ordinary monster beast, you could take it, but this is a rare 9th order lightning attribute monster beast, and it's of a very unique species. It's very likely that it's a unique existence, so its value is difficult to estimate. It's really making things difficult for us. I understand, Xianxia said with a wry smile, but I did kill this rabbit. How about this? I only need its inner core and you can take the rest. This demon rabbit's inner core was also a 9th grade lightning attribute treasure. If he took it to refine medicine and swallow it, it would be of great benefit to his lightning arts divine arts. It was something that he had to obtain. Li Feiyu was greatly shocked. He knew Xianxia's character well. Although he was arrogant and unruly, and sometimes did things in an unrestrained manner, he was extremely proud and would never lie for a rabbit. Such a person was extremely arrogant. Not only would he not lie, but he would also be too lazy to explain anything to others. In that case, Xianxia's strength was really great. Li Feiyu's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Xianxia in shock and was suddenly stunned. The inner core is the most valuable part of a demonic beast. If you take the inner core, this rabbit's value will drop by at least 2/3. A silver bell-like voice rang out. It was the young woman in the crowd. After saying this, she found that everyone was looking at her and hurriedly hid behind the woman in palace clothing. The woman protected her with one hand as she said, Qiuling is right. It's impossible to ask for the inner core before you can prove that the rabbit belongs to you. As for the rabbit you killed, haha, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The woman's face was filled with unconcealed contempt and ridicule. Although Xianxia was said to be the best in the world among the younger generation, he was only a martial honor, and it was already his limit to restrain a 1-star or 2-star low-level martial emperor. It was impossible for him to win against a 9th-rank demon beast, not to mention that the demon beasts in this ancient world were much stronger than those in the heavenly martial realm. Xianxia was not angry, but said indifferently, Then how can I prove it? It's simple unless you can beat me, said the woman with a sneer. Although I'm not talented, I'm still a genuine 4-star martial sovereign. I don't have the guts to boast that I can kill this rabbit. If you can't even defeat me, then you should just go back to where you came from. Li Feiyu was anxious and wanted to stop him, but an emotion made him silent. Although he believed Xianxia's words, he still did not dare, and was not willing to, believe in his strength. He would rather believe that Xianxia had some powerful trump card than his real combat strength. So, he also wanted to see how strong this potential opponent was. Elder Mi frowned and recited, Lu Nan, you can't bully the weak. Our myriad treasure store has always had a good relationship with young Master Yun, so we can't hurt our relationship because of a rabbit. It's better to talk about the ownership of this rabbit after we leave for the end of time, and I'll keep it safe for now. Yes, Elder Mi, you can make the decision, the woman in the court dress quickly said. Wait, Xianxia said. Let's fight. It won't take long. I'm in a hurry to get this rabbit's inner core, and I still have important matters to attend to. I can't delay for too long, so let's end this quickly. The 7 men's faces changed drastically. On one hand, they were shocked by Yunxiao's words. He had described the battle with a 4-star martial emperor so casually, and on the other hand, they were also hurt by his words. He had completely underestimated Myriad Treasure's store. The woman laughed out of anger and said, "Ha! A quick battle. What a quick battle. Elder me. Our 10,000 treasures tower's heart shines like the moon, but they don't give us face." Elder Mi's anger also surged as he snorted. "Since that's the case, Lu Nan, you should make your move. Experience the strength of this number 1 rising star and let him clearly distinguish the difference between the number 1 rising star and the number 1 in the world." Yes, the woman sneered. "If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think he's the best in the world. In my opinion, he might not even be as strong as Feiyu. I really don't know how he got this title." "Don't show any mercy," Yunxiao said. "I don't want you to find an excuse to say that you didn't use your full strength after losing. It will be extremely bad for your future martial cultivation." The woman almost vomited blood. She gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you for your good intentions. You can die now." Her figure moved and turned into a sharp light as she rushed forward. A long snake-like whip exuded a bloody smell as she ruthlessly lashed out. With a flash of red light, the whip hit Yunxiao directly, and with a crack, it shattered him into an afterimage. Yunxiao's real body had already arrived behind the woman. Then he pointed out a finger, and a thunder dragon emerged. So fast! The woman was shocked and put away her underestimation. She poured her origin power into the long whip, which was as hard as a sword. With a swish, it scattered the lightning dragon and exploded in all directions. Yunxiao had already transformed into a thunderbolt. Hovering in the sky, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and brought the hammer down with his right hand. A thunderbolt, like a heavenly tribulation, streaked across 1,000 meters in an instant and fell on the woman. Everyone's hearts trembled. No wonder Yunxiao insisted on taking the demon rabbit's inner core. It turned out that his thunderbolt divine ability was so powerful. Li Feiyu was even more shocked. Back in Songyueyang City, although Yunxiao had also used the ability to transform his body into lightning, it was not his main divine ability. But, judging from the current situation, this lightning divine ability was actually so powerful. The woman's expression froze. Although she was not afraid of the might of the thunderbolt, there was no need to resist it. She suddenly took a set of steps and turned into a gust of wind, disappearing from where she was and sweeping toward Yunxiao. A cold voice came from the wind. "No matter how powerful a divine ability is, it's nothing more than a secret art. The Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens is the righteous path of heaven and earth, and it can suppress all ghosts and monsters. Is that so?" "Let's go," Yunxiao said softly, but his hands did not stop. The ring of stars condensed in front of him and flew out. The gust of wind seemed to have noticed something and immediately stopped moving forward, revealing the figure of the beautiful woman in palace dress. She looked at the field energy filled with thunder and lightning in horror. It could actually resist her Emperor Qi. Damn it! The woman's long whip was instantly released. A black light turned into a long snake with fins on its back, and it flew toward the ring of stars. The star ring was like the sky, pressing down fiercely. A shrill wail rang out between heaven and earth as arcs of lightning flickered from the snake's body. There were also explosive sounds, as if its spine had exploded one by one. The woman's face changed greatly, and her eyes were full of disbelief. The long whip was connected to her mind, so she naturally knew that it had been injured. She quickly withdrew it and turned into a whirlwind again, trying to escape the pressure of the star ring. Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that the woman in the palace dress would actually be at a disadvantage. Yunxiao's face was calm as he kept performing incantation gestures with one hand. The ring of stars changed at will, growing larger and larger until it covered an area. Under the sky, it was impossible to avoid it as it quickly flew toward the woman. Earth Dragon Reversal. The woman saw that she couldn't avoid it, so she also exerted her strength. The long whip was held horizontally in front of her body and directly rose against the sky, opening the blue lightning space. The black chi and blue light intertwined, forming a strange scene in the sky. Boom! The two forces finally collided and exploded. The moment the star ring exploded, the Maha-ancient text appeared, and the power of thunder and lightning swept in all directions. The black earth dragon's whip broke through the blue lightning world like a bamboo shoot after the rain, rising up like a dragon. Everyone in the 10,000 Treasures Tower was already completely stunned. Under the battle between the two people, it actually showed the momentum of a draw, and looking at the face of the woman in palace clothing, it seemed that she was even at a disadvantage. Li Feiyu was even more dumbfounded. Only he knew that Yunxiao still had a lot of means that he had not used. If he showed them one by one, Lord Lu Nan would not have any chance of winning. Stop! Elder Mi finally couldn't sit still and shouted in a deep voice. After the celestial ring was broken, Yunxiao was about to use the sword diagram, but he stopped when he heard Elder Mi's shout. He also did not want to fall out with the Myriad Treasure Tower. After all, in his previous life and this life, he had had pleasant experiences of getting along. The woman's face had already turned blue and purple. Shock, shame, anger, embarrassment, and all kinds of other emotions appeared on her face. She also knew that if she continued to fight, the possibility of her defeat was extremely high. The battle just now has broadened my horizons, Elder Mi said. Young Master Yun, you truly live up to your name. Yun Xiao restrained his aura and flew down from the sky as he said indifferently, Elder Mi, you flatter me. Can I take the demon rabbit's inner core now? Of course. Elder Mi suddenly became magnanimous. He made a casual gesture and smiled. Young Master Yun, you've already proven that you killed this rabbit, so everything here is naturally yours. How can we take the other parts? To tell you the truth, Yun Xiao said, I opened a space tunnel when I fought this demon rabbit, and I was teleported here directly. I was also seriously injured and had just recovered in this wasteland. I didn't expect you to enter. Everyone's hearts trembled. Li Feiyu suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger, as if they would never cross paths again. He could only look at the back of the other as they walked further and further away. Elder Mi suppressed the shock in his heart and forced a smile. I see. If young Master Yun were to reveal his strength, it would indeed be very difficult to believe. Now that it's been confirmed, there's no more misunderstanding. Young Master Yun, you can take all of this rabbit. Yun Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He was not as rich as Myriad Treasure Store, and he would need a lot of resources in the future. He patted the rabbit on the forehead and immediately put it into the Divine Realm tablet. The Myriad Treasure Tower's people all felt their hearts ache unceasingly when they saw this. Although the sect was rich, it did not mean that they were all rich. Yun Xiao put the rabbit away and said, The misunderstanding has been resolved. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Young Master Yun, please wait, Elder Mi said hurriedly. This old man has something to ask you. Are you talking about Songyue Yang City? Yun Xiao turned around and asked, What happened to her? It is. Elder Mi's face was solemn as he said sternly, Songyue City was the city of the Merchant Union, but it was destroyed in one day, shocking the world. What's even more unbearable is that the murderer has yet to be found, and the whereabouts of our sect's elders are also very worrying. Yun Xiao sneered. After Brother Feiyu left that day, I also opened a passage and fled. I don't know anything about what happened after that. I would like to know what happened after that. With the power of the Merchant Union, how could they not find any clues? Or did they not investigate at all? Elder Mi's expression changed slightly, and he said in a serious tone, Young Master Yun, you're thinking too much. The Four Extremes sect, the main culprit of this incident, has already been deserted. Those few demons are also wanted all over the world, but there are no clues at all. If we really want to investigate, what can't we find out? Yun Xiao said disdainfully, I'm afraid that the Merchant Union is busy dividing the interests left by the Four Extremes sect, right? Elder Mi said, "Of course, we have to split the profits. There's nothing to hide, but the murderer has been investigating this whole time. Since young Master Yun can't provide any more clues, I won't disturb you any further." Yun Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, "Elder Mi, have you ever heard of a person called Lu Jianba?" Lu Jianba? Elder Mi furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I've never heard of it. What were the characteristics of this person? If young Master Yun wants to find someone, you can entrust it to our myriad treasure store, and we'll definitely have news." Yun Xiao sneered. "Your home in the Merchant Union has been destroyed, and you can't even find the murderer. How can you help me find him?" He said. "Goodbye." He saw that Elder Mi didn't seem to be pretending, so Lu Jianba most likely wasn't from the Chamber of Commerce. He didn't say anything more, turned around, and left in a flash of lightning. The remaining people of Myriad Treasure's store looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "Humph, this Li Yunxiao is too unreasonable. We were kind enough to help him find the person, yet he's mocking us." The woman called Song Ling pouted and said unhappily, "Although it's unpleasant to hear, he's right." Li Feiyu forced a smile. "We can't even find the murderer. How can we have the nerve to talk about helping him find someone?" Elder Mi's expression was dark and uncertain as he said, "Lu Nan, if we had continued to fight, would you have had a chance of winning?" Everyone was shocked and turned to look at the woman. After that battle, the woman's face had been ashen and she had not said a word. Now that Elder Mi had asked, she immediately gritted her teeth and said, "No chance of winning." "Most likely," she added after a while. The young disciples were all shocked. Even with their cultivation, they had only seen the two fight to a draw, and they had guessed that the woman in the palace dress had not used her full strength. They had not expected the truth to be reversed. Elder Mi's face turned cold. "If you and I join forces, are you 100% sure we can take him down?" The disciples were even more shocked. Elder Mi was a 5-star martial emperor. 1 star was a world's difference. Even a 4-star martial emperor would not be able to escape from him. He actually asked about joining forces. "Elder Mi, what's that Li Yunxiao doing?" Li Feiyu was also greatly shocked. Elder Mi extended his hand and interrupted him. Instead, he looked at the woman in the court dress with a grave expression. The woman's face also changed several times. She gritted her teeth and said, "Elder Mi, I really don't know, but I have a feeling in my heart that Yunxiao's true strength is enough to compete with you. Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Everyone was dumbstruck, including Li Feiyu, who had a look of disbelief on his face. Elder Mi's face also twitched a few times. With his hands behind his back, he slowly said, "Just now, fortunately, I suppressed the killing intent in my heart. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble." Everyone's hearts trembled, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. After leaving the Myriad Treasure store, Yun Xiao continued to head toward the southeast with Blood Moon as his target. A few days later, they stopped above a mountain range and landed on a flat mountain. After taking out the Divine Realm tablet, they flew in directly. The rabbit's corpse was suspended in the sky, and the dark thunder had appeared beside the rabbit at some point. It flew up and down around the rabbit, seemingly very interested. Yun Xiao snorted and said, "Huh? I've forgotten that this thing is also a lightning attribute demonic beast. It's just that it's too weak, and its lightning power is of no use to me." The Dark Thunder was also an 8th-tier martial venerable at the moment, but it was not enough to withstand Yun Xiao's kick. It seemed to understand Yun Xiao's words, as it lay on the ground in grievance and kept making clang sounds, as if it was protesting. "Get lost!" Yun Xiao kicked the Dark Thunder in the air, and it jumped up in horror trying to dodge. But it was too late and was sent flying thousands of meters away by Yun Xiao's kick. Only then did it stand in the air far away, not daring to come close. Only then did Yun Xiao turn his eyes to the rabbit. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately located the rabbit's inner core, then gently pointed his finger at it. With a poof, a bloody hole was opened in the rabbit's chest, from which a thin stream of blood gushed out. Then, A blue light slowly spilled out and flew into Yunxiao's hand, emitting a surging energy. It would be a waste to swallow this bead directly, but I don't have enough materials and strength to refine it at the moment. Yunxiao stared at the blue, crystal-like inner core for a while, then sighed regretfully and was about to swallow it. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. The dark thunder suddenly rushed up, and its eyes emitted a golden light. Its mouth was extremely huge, and it swooped down, wanting to bite the rabbit's inner core. Yunxiao raised his foot and stepped on its face as he shouted, "You dare to snatch my things? Are you looking for death?" Roar, roar, roar. The dark thunder struggled with all its might, unwilling to give up. Its desire for the inner core was extremely strong. Golden arcs of electricity shot out of Dark Thunder's body and struck Yunxiao's feet, causing them to glow with a golden light. "You have a lot of treasures anyway, so just let it eat this." A human figure appeared in the sky. It was Yu Jilin. He also cultivated thunder-type techniques, and he got along well with the Dark Thunder. He could not bear to see it so eager to be rejected. Dark Thunder also had a pleading look on its face, but its eyes never left the demon core. Yunxiao had also thought about extracting the thunder from Dark Thunder. Since it had become a martial honor, its power of thunder and lightning had also undergone a certain change, turning golden. However, it was not strong enough, so although the thunder was quite powerful, it was not of much use to him. Unless Dark Thunder could be trained to the level of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. But this was something that had never happened before. Even if he became a martial venerable, he was a 1 in a million exception. "Forget it. I'll give it to you, you animal." Yunxiao flicked his finger, and the blue inner core turned into an arc and shot directly into the Dark Thunder's mouth. The Dark Thunder's fur stood on end as it roared into the sky. Its golden fur suddenly turned light blue, and bolts of blue lightning shot out from its body, flashing in the air. Both Yunxiao and Yu Jilin were taken aback. They did not expect such a big reaction. However, the rabbit's inner core was 9th tier, so it would probably have to suffer for a while if the Dark Thunder wanted to absorb it all. Other than the inner core, this rabbit's blood is also a rare item. When this animal has recovered, let it consume some rabbit blood. It can transform its body to a certain extent. Yunxiao ordered Yu Jilin. Then, he pointed a finger in the air, and a few holes immediately burst open in the rabbit's major acupuncture points, from which a large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain. Under his control, he gathered the blood into a few glass containers and handed 1 bottle to Yu Jilin. After the rabbit lost its inner core and its blood was drained, its entire body shriveled up. It lay on the ground, skin and bones, without any light. At this moment, the value of its body was the light blue fur and bone armor. After giving his instructions, Yunxiao came out of the Divine Realm tablet. Looking at the continuous mountain range, he hesitated. The ruins that Deng Feiyu had given him were tens of thousands of miles north of this mountain range. Calculating the time, he had already spent more than half a month in this ancient land. If he went to the ruins again, he would not have time to obtain Tian Si. He wasn't worried that someone else would obtain Tian Si, because from the inheritance he had obtained on the throne, in order to activate Tian Si, one must have the power of the moon pupil. In other words, he was the only one who had the chance to obtain Tian Si. However, there were exceptions to everything, such as Jiang Churen. Jiang Churen was a peak 9 stars martial emperor expert, one of the few experts in the world. Perhaps she could use her strength to forcefully obtain Tian Si. After weighing the pros and cons and making up his mind, Yunxiao decided to give up on the location of the ruins provided by Deng Feiyu, and instead fled southeast with all his might. After a few days, they finally arrived at the edge of a swamp and began to enter the desert southeast of the Blood Moon. As soon as they stepped into the desert, they felt a strong yuan power vibration. There were people fighting in front of them. They were not very strong and were basically martial supremes. More than 10 people surrounded a stone-like monster beast and attacked it. The color of the monster beast's body was almost the same as the sand in the desert. From time to time, it would burrow into the ground and come and go without a trace. Don't be discouraged, everyone. This demonic beast is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's join forces and kill it. At least we didn't waste our time coming here. One of the 9 Stars Martial Supremes, who was wearing a long green robe, shouted in a deep voice. His strength was considered to be among the top among the crowd, and he had become the leader of the crowd. There were only 3 high-level revered martial artists among the 10 people. The rest of them had average strength, but they had the advantage in numbers. Their cooperation was very good, and there were no casualties. Hidden in the void, Xianxia swept his divine sense into the gravel, and a strange look appeared on his face. The stone-like demonic beast was actually the same type as his gored little King Kong. It seemed to be a variant of the stone beast, but its strength was definitely a level higher than the stone head. Bang! Be careful! The stone beast suddenly burst out of the gravel and directly pushed a martial honor into the sky. Fortunately, the martial honor was prepared. Although he was hit by a huge force and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the spot, his life was not in danger. However, the stone beast did not stop. Instead, it shot up like a rocket and pushed the Martial Supreme 1,000 meters into the air. Pa! A chilling voice came from the sky. The stone beast grabbed the martial honor and tore him in half. 2 pieces of a corpse and internal organs fell to the ground. The scene was bloody and terrifying. What? You should die! The green-robed 9 Stars Martial Supreme was shocked and furious. He shouted, "This is a good opportunity. No matter what, don't let it fall into the sand. Kill it in the air." A ray of sword light flew up first. The green-robed man and his sword became one as he slashed forward. His strategy was very correct. The power of the stone beast would at least be halved in the air. Bang! The green-robed man was overjoyed. The stone beast's fist was destroyed by the sword light. The green-robed man was overjoyed. The stone beast's strength was indeed much weaker. His other hand hurriedly formed a seal and sent out several powerful fist lights. Bang! 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 The stone beast's body exploded one after another like a pile of sand, exploding beyond recognition. When the people below saw this, they were also overjoyed and rushed up to the sky one after another, joining forces to attack, constantly smashing the stone beast's body, taking the upper hand. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out of thin air. It was melodious and clear, as if it came from the endless end. It also seemed to ring in their hearts. Everyone was instantly dazed. Dang! The second bell chimed immediately after, but this time it was not as comfortable. Instead, it was like a sledgehammer suddenly smashing down from the sky, shaking everyone's chest. Eft! Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and their faces were filled with horror. Even the man in green spat out a large mouthful of blood from the shock of the bell. He could no longer care about the stone beast and was extremely frightened and on guard. The stone beast was relieved for a moment, and the remaining incomplete body fell directly into the gravel below and disappeared again. Who are you? Which lord is it? The azure-robed man suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and asked carefully. If the other party was hostile, it would be difficult for everyone present to escape death. You guys can leave. I want this demonic beast. Xianxia's voice came faintly. The green-robed man's expression softened and he heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell that the other party's tone had no ill intentions. You want it just because you say so? Do you know how much effort we've spent to kill this demonic beast and how many comrades we've lost? A 7 Stars Martial Venerable couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, "You're good. You want to take it away just because you want it? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? And now that the stone beast has returned to the earth, it will be extremely difficult to find it again." The green-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Idiot! Shut up!" He was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that the person in the void would get angry and kill them all in one move. Although the rest of the people were also furious, they didn't dare to make a sound. There was a moment of silence in the air. Then Xianxiao's voice came again. "Oh? You're very unconvinced. A wave of pressure suddenly appeared and instantly fell on the 7 stars Marshal Venerable like a mountain, causing his face to turn pale. His heart was filled with endless fear as he hurriedly shouted with all his might, "I'm convinced! I'm convinced! I'm convinced! My lord, please spare my life. I know I was wrong." Humph! Yunxiao's cold voice rang out as he retracted his aura and said, "Is there anyone else who is unconvinced?" At this moment, no one dared to make a sound, and they were all silent like cicadas in winter. The 9 stars Marshal Supreme in green robes felt bitter in his heart. His many days of hard work had turned into bubbles in front of his eyes. However, this was how the world was. The strong were respected. He had no choice but to be unconvinced. He said carefully, "We naturally have no objections to my lord wanting this stone beast, but now that it has already escaped back into the earth, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find it again." "You don't have to worry about that," Yunxiao's voice came. All of a sudden, the color of heaven and earth changed slightly. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the ground directly. With the landing point as the center, an extremely powerful lightning field began to spread out, instantly turning the ground green. Bang! There was an explosion somewhere, followed by a flash of green light. The stone beast's body was directly shaken out. Its whole body was wrapped in green lightning, and it was roaring in a low voice. Just as everyone was still in shock, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and shot directly at the stone beast. In the blink of an eye, the stone beast disappeared. The lightning flashed again, and it flew towards the center of the desert, disappearing from everyone's sight. More than 10 people stood in the sky in a daze. All of them had a dull expression on their faces, and they didn't dare to make a sound. After a while, someone asked in a soft voice, "Did that person leave?" "He should have left, right?" A person beside him replied carefully. He even looked around a few times, afraid that the person would suddenly jump out again. "Did any of you see his real face?" Someone suddenly asked. Everyone was silent, but at the same time they were shocked. A martial artist had snatched their spoils of war in front of their eyes, but they didn't even know what the other party looked like. It was really frustrating. One had to know that they were at least revered martial artists of the 8 Baron Mirror. Any one of them was at least a pillar of support in their own sect, and had never suffered such humiliation. Humph! If I find out who did it, I'll definitely teach him a lesson when we're out of here. The one who spoke was the warrior who had refused to accept the challenge and begged for mercy. Everyone looked at him with disdain. He had already left, so what was there to say? Many people had mocking looks on their faces. The warrior's face was slightly red as he stared at a warrior who was weaker than him. The murderous aura on his body rushed over and he said angrily, "What? You don't believe me? What's that expression on your face?" The martial artist's expression changed drastically as he coldly said, "I believe you. I believe you. Okay?" The man in the long green robe was also irritated. He shouted, "Don't quarrel. Is there really no one who can see who it is?" I felt that the voice was familiar. Song Nan. The psychic magic eyes passed down in the Song family for generations have an extremely powerful peeking ability. Didn't you notice? A short, middle-aged man's face was pale. He bit his lips tightly and seemed to be extremely hesitant. In the end, he chose to remain silent. He shook his head and said, "I didn't see clearly." The green-robed man was shocked. He didn't believe that. At least, the expression on Man Song's face had already betrayed his inner thoughts. However, he nodded his head slightly and didn't want to ask any more questions. Song Nan's choice proved that he didn't dare to offend that person, so he didn't dare to reveal his identity. If he chased after him, he would be in trouble. Although they had lost the stone beast this time, they had also gained a lot of experience. Everyone consoled themselves in this way, and their mood slowly improved. They directly left the desert in groups. They didn't dare to go deep into the center of the desert. After obtaining the stone beast, Yunxiao threw it directly into the Divine Realm tablet and asked Yuan Gaohan to study it. He had no time to pay attention to it now, so he continued flying toward the center of the desert. After flying for a few miles, he felt the heat in the world getting higher and higher, as if he had entered a huge furnace. The deeper he went, the more intense the feeling became. Not only was the environment getting worse, but there was also a strange aura coming from the gravel below, as if many extremely terrifying existences were hidden there. Even the occasional aura that leaked out made Yunxiao's face turn extremely serious. He unconsciously flew a little higher. He would rather suffer from the scorching heat than disturb the terrifying aura. But, even though he was so careful, he was still targeted by a powerful existence. A sense of extreme danger spread in his heart. Yunxiao looked around with a solemn expression, but he could not see anything. Although this desert didn't have a barrier to divine sense, the scorching energy was like an extremely powerful sun that seemed to distort the field energy here, making it impossible for divine sense to detect everything. It was the first time Yunxiao had encountered such a situation, and he was greatly shocked. The immemorial heaven's eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and a bright light spread out. Everything in front of him gradually became clear, and the flow of all kinds of energy also appeared in front of him. In front of him, there was a curved space crack, and a pitch-black demonic beast was hiding there. Its eyes were flashing with a fierce light, and it was quietly waiting for an opportunity. The pupil in the immemorial heaven's eye contracted slightly, immediately alarming the demonic beast. A ghostly cry pierced through the sky, and the demonic beast arrived in the blink of an eye. It was actually a huge mutated vulture. Its back was covered with all kinds of scales, and it had 3 claws that clawed down from the sky. Yunxiao was taken aback. The vulture was extremely fast, and by the time it discovered the other party, it was already in front of him, and there was no time for it to attack. A ring of red appeared in his immemorial heaven's eye, and the divine fire transformed into a phoenix that rushed toward the vulture. The vulture was also shocked. Whether it was the phoenix's form or the burning power of the divine fire, both made it feel apprehensive. It let out a sharp cry, and rays of green light appeared on its 3 claws, forming sharp blades that shot down. The phoenix form was immediately shattered, and the sharp blade of green light cut the sky into pieces, trying to cut Yunxiao into pieces. 9 long swords materialized in the air, forming a sword rain that flew against the wind. Ping, ping, pang. With a series of clattering sounds, the 9 northern heaven frigid stars cut down all the green blades. Then, under the control of Yunxiao's hand seals, they turned into a sword array and trapped the bald eagle. A huge sword took shape and slashed down from the sky. The vulture screeched continuously and flapped its wings desperately. Its feathers were like blades. As the huge wings flapped down, the light from the feathers bloomed and shattered the sword formation. It flapped its wings again and rushed out of the sword formation. Although this kind of vulture had extraordinary strength, it was born to hide and sneak attack its prey. Now that it saw Yunxiao's extraordinary strength, it did not like to fight. It flew straight into the sky and disappeared in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao recalled the 9 swords. He did not pursue them, but after regulating his breath for a while, he continued to head southeast. He didn't know how big this desert was, but after flying for 3 days, he finally felt that something was wrong. The demonic beasts they encountered along the way gradually decreased, but their strength became stronger and stronger. They had just escaped from the hands of a terrifying kangaroo-like demonic beast, so they had used up a lot of their origin power. Not only that, but even he felt that it was a little difficult to resist the scorching heat of the environment. His entire body was filled with extremely strong scorching sun power, which required an extremely large amount of yuan power to resist. If it was an ordinary 9 stars martial venerable, he would have died on the spot if the extreme yang light shot down. After flying for another half a day, they finally saw some scattered buildings in front of them, and there seemed to be human figures flashing. In the middle of the ruins, there were a few people scattered around. They seemed to be searching for something. A bolt of lightning came from afar, immediately attracting their attention and great vigilance. All of them looked over. Li Yunxiao. Lightning. One of them exclaimed when the lightning revealed its true form. His face immediately turned gloomy. Yunxiao looked around and laughed in surprise. I didn't expect so many of us to be familiar with each other. Why are we all gathered here? Did they receive some guidance? Most of the people present were actually from the 7 superpowers. Baiming Lifeng, Cheng Haomiao, Chen Feng, and some other martial artists with strange attires were obviously from the Myriad Star Valley. Moreover, everyone's strength was at the level of a 9 heavens martial sovereign. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to resist the terrifying power of extreme yang in the surroundings. Humph, you're asking the obvious. Why did you come here? Baiming Lifeng sneered coldly. He is Li Yunxiao. A middle-aged man beside Chen Feng glared at him with a cold look. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. When Song Yang was defeated by this man outside the city, she went back to cultivate in seclusion and finally broke through to the rank of a 9 heavens martial sovereign. She thought that she would surely defeat Yunxiao, but on the day she came out of seclusion, she heard that Yunxiao had been conferred the title of the #1 rising star by the city lord of Red Moon City. At first, he was still very unconvinced, but who knew that his father, Chen Duantian, would say, "I know Jiang Chern well. She's always mature and prudent in her words and actions. She would never speak aimlessly or boast without thinking. Even if that Li Yunxiao isn't the #1 rising star, he's not much weaker than you. You're no match for him." Chen Feng did not believe in Jiang Chern, but he trusted his father very much. He had never doubted his father's words. At this moment, a complicated look slowly appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yunxiao and said, "Fifth uncle. He is Li Yunxiao." Chen Wen snorted coldly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. He said arrogantly, "I heard that you're very awesome and even beat up my blade sex people?" Yunxiao ignored him and did not even look at him. Instead, he smiled at Baiming Lifeng and said, "Could it be the mysterious Tian Si?" Now that the 7 superpowers had sent representatives here, it proved that the news had long since been leaked. There was no point in him acting anymore. "That's right, you also know Tian Si. It seems that it must have been the Red Moon City who told you." Baiming Lifeng's expression turned serious, and he said in a strange tone, "That's strange. If your news came to Red Moon City, why didn't the people of Red Moon City take you with them? But if not, where did your information come from?" Impudent. Chen Wen's lazy and proud appearance instantly disappeared. His face was red and purple, and his eyes were filled with anger. Everyone present was a well-known expert in the world. He felt extremely humiliated when he looked down on him in front of everyone. His aura instantly rose to the peak of the 4-star peak Martial Emperor realm, and the space trembled faintly. He said in a cold voice, "You're so arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your family's elders." Chen Wen raised his hand and a finger radiance shot out. It immediately condensed into a sword light in the air and slashed down. Everyone frowned, thinking that Chen Wen was asking for humiliation. Who could he blame? But they were all from the 7 major forces, and they kept each other in check, so they were happy to see the Blade Sect cause Yunxiao trouble. An old man beside Chen Wen had his eyes half closed the entire time, as if he was dozing off. It was only at this moment that he raised his eyes slightly. His eyes were turbid, and he closed them again after taking a light glance, as if he was completely uninterested. "I haven't spoken a word to you since I arrived, nor have I looked you in the eye. You want me to kill you for no reason? Is this how Chen Duantian taught you to be a man? The one who should be taught a lesson is you." Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and a faint anger welled up in his heart. "This is really an unexpected disaster. I can't even offend someone without doing anything," he thought to himself. Speechless, he casually formed a sword and slashed at the man. Bang! The 2 sword beams were scattered in the air, and Chen Wen had a slight upper hand. The sword chi continued to shake around Yunxiao, blowing up the corners of his clothes and making them flutter. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Although Chen Wen had pointed casually, he was a peak 4-star martial emperor after all. Moreover, as a core member of the Blade Sect, his sword chi cultivation was far above his peers. However, he only had a slight advantage. Baiming Lifeng and Cheng Haomiao were even more shocked. They had seen the battle between Yunxiao and Yunxiang, and he was not this strong. What was going on? Wasn't his martial arts foundation destroyed? and it would be difficult for him to advance any further? The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes, as well as the deep solemnness. Eh? The old man next to Chen Feng also let out a soft gasp of surprise, feeling somewhat incredulous. He slightly raised his eyes, and the turbid qi in his eyes dissipated a lot. When Chen Wen heard everyone's surprise, he became even more angry from embarrassment. He had originally thought that his finger would make the other party look miserable and even cripple him. He did not expect that it would only blow up the corner of his clothes, making him so angry that smoke was rising. "You don't know what's good for you," Chen Wen shouted coldly and pointed out a sword finger. Immediately, a long sword appeared above him. Noiseless first form. He unsheathed his long sword and his entire body became one with the sword form as he slashed out. The long sword tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed with astonishing power. Yunxiao did not dare to use the heavenly sword picture in front of the crowd. Although it had not appeared in the world for thousands of years, it was still the treasure of Xianxia Temple, and all the people present were the elites of the 7 major sects, so it was difficult to guarantee that no one would recognize it. 1,000 autumns like snow, a half she like a dream, one blade to suppress the soul. The 1,000 autumns tyrannical saber immediately transformed into the corpse puppet's true form. Saber radiance spread out like an ocean and soared into the sky. Its might was actually on par with Chen Wen's silent form, splitting the sky into two. Chen Wen's heart trembled and a look of horror flashed through his eyes. Only then did he become extremely serious. Shapeless. He changed the sword spell in his hand and shouted, "Second move, shapeless." The long sword suddenly dispersed and disappeared. The power of the sword qi rose steadily, forcing the giant corpse puppet to retreat inch by inch. A cold gleam flickered across Yunxiao's face as he transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed man. A thunder hammer formed in his right hand as he struck forward. The ancient Maha characters of the Law of Thunder emerged, and his left hand formed a sword incantation gesture before him. Meanwhile, his other forearms quickly changed incantations, causing thunder patterns to appear around him and gradually gather into a thunder celestial ring. The giant corpse puppet in the sky finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was pushed back into the saber form and turned into a stream of light as it fell. At that moment, Yunxiao looked like the god of thunder. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he held a big hammer, and a ring of stars appeared around him. He raised the hammer high and smashed it down with a roar. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled violently, and the star ring flew out immediately. The electric field spread, and with Chen Wen as the center, it turned into a sea of thunder and a hell of lightning. The star ring was like a heavenly punishment of judgment, crashing down. Chen Wen's heart was set off. Under this thunder spell, he actually felt death coming from the bottom of his heart. That's impossible. 3 moves, shadowless. Boom! A muffled sound came from Chen Wen's body. He held the long sword in his hand and pointed to the sky with 3 moves. Sword qi gathered together, splitting the sea of thunder and hell of lightning and meeting the power of the star ring. Enough! Just as the 2 terrifying forces were about to collide, the old man's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and his figure appeared in the middle of the 2 forces. He opened his hands slightly in front of him and directly tore the space apart. A black hole that could devour everything appeared and suddenly expanded. Boom! Although the 2 forces created a deafening sound, they did not collide with each other. Instead, they were completely devoured by the black hole. At this moment, the old man was no longer in his previous languid state. Instead, his eyes were shining with a brilliant light, and his face was slightly flushed with blood. It was obvious that this attack had also caused him to waste a lot of origin power. Chen Wen, you're too careless. If you destroy this place, all the clues will be cut off, he said as he looked down. Yes, Lord Kaihong, I was too careless. The shock and cold sweat on Chen Wen's face could not be wiped away. If they had exchanged 2 moves just now, he was not confident that he could win. If he lost, he would have lost all his face. It was only at this moment that he had a deep fear of Yunxiao. The people from the other 7 forces were also shocked. They had their own thoughts in their eyes, but they were all extremely serious. Xiao retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma idol, and all the thunder and lightning around him disappeared. He had also used all his strength in the attack just now. Although the thunder incantation was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy, so he hurriedly circulated it to regulate his breath. The people here were not good people. He had to be vigilant and at his peak at all times. Otherwise, he might die if he was not careful. If Chun Wen had not gone too far, he would not have attacked. The number 1 rising star is indeed worthy of his reputation. Your combat strength has already reached the level of a mid-stage martial emperor, but your cultivation base is only at the level of a 9 stars martial supreme. It's simply shocking. Chun Kai-hong slowly said, I heard that your dantian was damaged and your martial arts foundation was destroyed. Is that true? Xiao was on high alert. Chun Kai-hong's words had attracted everyone's attention, and more than a dozen eyes fell on him like wolves staring at their prey, which made him feel very uncomfortable. What does it have to do with your blade sect whether it's true or not? You're full, right? Xiao snorted coldly and retorted without fear. In his eyes, Chun Kai-hong's strength should be similar to the blood gods. He was only a 6-star martial emperor. Other than the person from the Biming family who had a strength that he was slightly afraid of, there were no other high-level martial supremes present. The so-called high-level martial supreme was above 7 stars. This was also the first major dividing line in the martial supreme realm. Above 7 stars, one could be said to be all-powerful and could dominate the world. The second watershed was the 9th star of the martial emperor realm. Once one stepped into the realm of a 9-star martial emperor, he would be at the top of the continent and could look down on the world. Among the 7 great sect masters and 10 great martial emperors, Fan Tao was also here. The last watershed was the peak of 9 stars, which was almost the end of martial arts, and only a few people in the world had heard of it. And Xiao's previous life, Gu Feiyang, was an unparalleled expert above the peak of 9 stars, before the end of martial arts. As long as there were no high-level martial sovereigns like Lu Jianba among the people in front of him, Xiao did not have to worry too much. Even if they joined forces to kill him and he had the Moon Eye, he would at least have the power to save his life in this hometown of the Moon Eye. Chun Kai-hong was stunned, and a trace of anger appeared on his old face. The other party actually dared to talk back to him, which was completely unexpected. Even the rest of the people were stunned. They did not expect Xiao to be so arrogant. Biming Lifeng was secretly overjoyed, and he chuckled, Young Master Yun, you haven't lost any of your elegance after we parted at Haitian Town. Not only do you not care about the sea race, but you also don't care about the Blade sect, one of the top sects in the North region. I'm truly impressed. His words were deliberately provocative, hoping that Chun Kai-hong would get angry and kill Xiao on the spot. Then all troubles would be over and everything would be over. However, when Chun Kai-hong heard this, the faint anger in his body was swept away, and a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, You're indeed a formidable person in the future. Since young Master Xiao can't reveal it, I'm not interested in it either. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to Chun Feng and the others. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Biming Lifeng's heart clenched, and he inwardly cursed the old fox. Many of the old men were laughing in their hearts. Chun Kai-hong was an old fox who had lived for over 100 years. How could he be so impulsive after being attacked by the words of a young man? Biming Lifeng's provocation had the opposite effect, and it had actually calmed Chun Kai-hong down. Naturally, Xiao had also seen through it. He sneered in his heart, but he kept a straight face and said, Although I'm alone, I'm not a soft persimmon that can be pinched at will. If anyone still wants to bite me, I'll definitely break a few of his teeth. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'll make it clear now that whoever provokes me will be in a situation where I won't rest until they die. Xiao's words were just to intimidate these people a little, so that they would not be provoked by any random cat or dog. He did not have the time to deal with them. His words immediately caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. However, There were still a few experts who remained unmoved, as if they didn't take it to heart at all. However, they were much more restrained when it came to juniors and low-ranked martial sovereigns like Biming Lifeng. Naturally, that peak expert wouldn't find trouble with him for no reason. If he really did, he would definitely kill him. Young Master Yun, you must be joking. We're all friends, and we can't wait to care for each other. Who would take the initiative to find trouble with you? The few friends from the Saber Sword sect earlier were just mistaken. Biming Lifeng immediately tried to smooth things over. Ever since the Biming family had appointed him as their successor, he had become much more talkative on various occasions. He could train himself while also highlighting his own weight. That's good, Yunxiao said. That's good. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, it was time to get back to business. Yunxiao asked in surprise. So many of you have been here for several days, and you still haven't found the entrance to the ruins. That's right, Biming Lifeng said with a straight face. But we haven't seen anyone from the Red Moon City, so it's very likely that City Lord Jiang and the others have already entered the ruins. Young Master Yun, didn't you hear about Tian Si from the Red Moon City? Yunxiao's heart stirred as he asked. Everyone's origin is from Bian again. Everyone exchanged a glance before Biming Lifeng finally said, in fact, this isn't a secret. We don't know who revealed it, but that person seemed to only tell us about the 7 major sects, and only the people from the 7 major sects are here. Could it be that young Master Yun was also informed by that person? Who was that person? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Yunxiao immediately thought of Ning Qiue, but he immediately rejected it. Ning Qiue would never do such a thing. The person who informed me was someone else, and it's definitely not the person you guys are talking about. It's rare that with your strength, you guys couldn't even see through the person who informed me. Everyone's faces seemed to be a little ashamed. Chun Kaihong hesitated for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth and said, that person's strength isn't below mine, and that's why I chose to believe him. The experts from the other sects also nodded. The leader of the Myriad Stars Valley, Luo Yuankai, also said, I chased after that person for 1,000 li, but he still managed to escape, and he did so with ease. Yunxiao suddenly felt that the whole thing was very inappropriate, as if he had fallen into some conspiracy or trap. The people of the 7 major sects also had the same feeling. However, who could resist the temptation when the treasure was right in front of them? The man you're talking about must be a high-level martial sovereign, Yunxiao said seriously. But I don't know if he's also in the end of the world. If he is, he might be watching our every move from somewhere. In addition, even if he isn't here, he must have a purpose for telling everyone about Tian Si's whereabouts. So we must be careful. Chun Kaihong replied, that's only natural. Everyone in the world would not do anything without benefits. However, as long as we can get some substantial benefits, it doesn't matter even if he has ulterior motives. The most important thing now was, did that Tian Si really exist? I wonder if the channel from which young Master Yunxiao received the news could provide more details. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. This was what they were most concerned about. Let's not talk about this for now, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. Do you really know what Tianxi is? Biming Lifeng muttered. This is the first time we've heard of this thing as well. According to that person, the Heaven's Thoughts is an extremely powerful item, even comparable to Gu Feiyang's Moon Eye. I don't know the details. Young Master Yun, do you know the exact details? Yunxiao nodded slightly. He had nothing to hide, so he said directly, that Tianxi is indeed on the same level as Yutong. But how much do you guys know about Yutong? Cheng Haomiao couldn't help but ask anxiously. Young Master Yun, you'd better finish your words at once. You're going to suffocate us like this. A martial artist values his heart the most, Yunxiao said with a smile. Brother Haomiao, you are so impatient that it's easy for you to make mistakes in your training. He pointed at the ruins of the buildings around them and said, look at the carvings on the pillars. What do you think? Everyone looked around. They had studied the carvings on these ruins. At first, they thought that there would be some kind of cultivation technique or a mechanism to enter the ruins, but they were disappointed. The carvings on them were pure patterns that seemed to have records, but they were badly damaged, so it was difficult to see any clues. There were monsters, people, birds, and so on, but all of them had bright eyes, as if they were emitting a certain demonic aura. Their eyes are exactly the same, Baiming Lifeng suddenly exclaimed in shock. In those pictures, no matter if it was a person, a beast, a sea beast, a bird, or some other things that he didn't recognize, the shape, appearance, and race were all different, but the eyes were exactly the same. No wonder I've always felt that something was strange, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. Now that you've said it, it's true. Cheng Haobo revealed a look of realization and said with a strange expression, "Could it be that the eyes of these things are the so-called moon pupils? No. The statues here are completely wrong." Baiming Lifeng suddenly overturned his own judgment. He walked over to a pillar that was stuck in the sand, wiped off a layer of dust, and pointed at the monsters on it, saying, "Look, their eyes are different from the previous ones. Although they're still bright and full of energy, they don't have that heart-palpitating demonic feeling." Everyone looked over and saw that the sculpture was of a group of creatures standing together in an orderly manner. They were also of no race or type. Although their eyes were different from before, they had the same expression. Not only this pillar, but there were also many other patterns. The eyes were different, but they seemed to be classified based on the eyes. The so-called moon pupil is not an eye, but a race, Xianxia explained. In ancient times, they were called the pupil clan, similar to the demons and humans of today. The moon pupil is just one of the branches of the pupil clan, and it is also the most powerful one. Eye clan? What kind of form do they exist in? Chun Kaihong was shocked. The pictures on these murals seem to be of different races gathered together. Could it be that the eye race lives by occupying their bodies? Xianxia nodded. Even if they are all from the pupil clan, they are very different. A very small number of them have their own physical form, but most of them rely on parasites to continue their existence. A beam of light suddenly flashed between his brows, and the immemorial heaven's eye suddenly opened, giving everyone a huge shock. Xianxia chuckled. "Don't panic. This is just an ancient heavenly eye, and it's just one of the eye clan. The will of this heavenly eye has died long ago, and what's left is just a shell with the power of eye techniques." The pupil of the immemorial heavenly eye rolled a few times, and then a smile appeared on its face. It was Yunxiao's expression. The expert from the Baiming family, Baiming Tongfang, suddenly spoke. "I've seen this immemorial heaven's eye before, and it's quite powerful. It's quite a stroke of good fortune for young Master Yun to be able to obtain one." Yunxiao's heart fluttered as he asked, "Oh? May I ask where you met him, sir?" Baiming Tongfang didn't say anything else, as if he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Yunxiao thought to himself, "The immemorial heavenly eye has gone extinct for a long time. It was made by Gu Yuesheng's master, Madman Jie. It is said that he found the tomb of the immemorial heavenly eye. Could it be that Madman Jie is also related to the Baiming family?" But since Baiming Tongfang didn't say anything else, he couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention. He put away his heaven's eye and said, "The immemorial heaven's eye is one of the most common forms in the eye race. It is a form where one's physical body is stored. A parasite can have several or even dozens of immemorial heaven's eyes, and one of them will definitely be the king." Yunxiao pointed at one of the patterns. On it was a huge hippopotamus creature with hundreds of eyes, one of which was the largest and the most vivid. If that's the case, does it mean that Gu Feiyang's eyes were an outsider when he had the moon pupil? Cheng Haomin frowned. The immemorial heavenly eye is the most common way of storing a physical body in the pupil clan, Yunxiao said with a smile. As the most powerful existence in the pupil clan, the moon eye does not store its physical body, but directly fuses with the host's soul, and they will live and die together with the host. Hence, the moon eye will definitely choose an extremely powerful existence to reside in, such as Gu Feiyang. Then how is the moon pupil produced and reproduced? Baiming Tongfang asked again. No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I know that there is a certain chance of passing on the legacy through the reproduction of host bodies, but the probability is not high. As for the creation of the moon pupil, it had to be said that everyone's purpose this time was Tian Si. The heavenly thoughts are formless. I don't know what kind of existence it is, but I know that in order to give birth to the moon pupil, there must be the heavenly thoughts. And the heavenly thoughts is the totem of the Eye clan. His gaze swept across the broken walls and he walked to a broken wall. He pointed at a pattern and said with uncertainty, "Perhaps this is what Tian-Si is." Everyone looked over and saw all kinds of creatures kneeling on the pattern. But above them was a blank space, with only a few strokes of something that looked like a cloud but was not a cloud. Xianxia had obtained all this information from the throne inheritance, so he picked out some irrelevant ones and told them about it. Cheng Haomiao couldn't help but ask. The messenger said that whoever thinks about it will be able to reach the God realm. Is that true? Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and said, "You're thinking about the immortal state now. It's too far away for you. I've heard from all of you that the messenger's strength is definitely above everyone's. If there's really something good about the God realm, would he be so stupid as to come and tell you? Or is it as Lord Kaihong said, we don't care what the other party's goal is. As long as it can benefit us, it's enough." "You're right. I've never heard of anyone who has reached the immortal state," Baiming Lifeng agreed. "If he can get Tian-Si, he can at least stand at the peak of this continent. If Gu Feiyang didn't have the help of the Moon Eye, it would be extremely difficult for him to leave his name on the heaven and earth power chart. Let alone the Tong clan's totem, Tian-Si." Cheng Haomiao replied, "Brother Lifeng, don't think too highly of yourself. You must know that the Red Moon City Master is also looking for Tian-Si. Our chances are extremely slim. Strength alone isn't enough to obtain such a peerless treasure. One must also have great luck," Baiming Lifeng said with a chuckle. "You're right, but we can't even find the passage to the ruins. It seems like our luck isn't that great," Cheng Haobo said. Baiming Lifeng frowned and said unhappily, "Why does Brother Heaven's Expanse like to say such disheartening words all day long?" Everyone fell silent, as if they were at their wits' end. They had been here for a few days, and the auras of those people in Red Moon City had indeed disappeared here. They knew that there was another space here, but they couldn't find it no matter how hard they tried. "Young Master Yun, you know so much. I wonder if you know the way to the ruins?" Chen Kaihong asked. Xiao spread his hands and said helplessly, "I can't do anything about that. I only know that the ruins are nearby. There are so many powerful cultivators here. Can't you sense the location of the space?" Chen Kaihong laughed bitterly. "Not only can I not sense the space, but I can also sense the auras of the people in Red Moon City. They must have been afraid that someone would track them down, so they erased their traces. With Jiang Charn's ability, it's easy for her to erase her aura," Xiao said. "It's not realistic to track down the people in Red Moon City. It seems that I have to find a way myself." He also began to ponder. The inheritance of the throne did not mention the method to enter the ruins. At this moment, the best way was to use the moon pupil. Then all the traps and arrays would not be able to escape his eyes. However, there were so many people, how could he use the pupil technique? Xiao began to search through the incomplete murals, hoping to find some clues. However, after half a day, they still found nothing. The murals were too badly damaged, and they had no idea what those records were. Suddenly, his eyes fell on half of the stone wall. It was a scene of a group of creatures kneeling and worshipping. There were all kinds of creatures, and the object in front of them had been broken. However, the place where this group of people stood was a magnificent building arranged in an oval shape. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao leaped into the air and looked down at the ground, his pupils constricting. There was no doubt that the place where the group of people knelt on the mural was here. The broken remnants were vaguely oval in the shape of an eye. And from the direction where they knelt, it should be the swan and eye. Xiao raised his head and looked at the blood moon in the sky. It looked like a strange eye, exuding a demonic power. His entire body trembled, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. The moon-like pupils suddenly appeared, and he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly circulated his origin energy to suppress it. "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" Baiming Lifeng flew up and stopped beside Xiao. He looked at Xiao, who was sweating profusely, and asked suspiciously. With his eyes closed, Xiao shook his head slightly and said, "There's no progress." However, there was a huge wave in his heart. In the moment he formed the moon pupil, he seemed to have seen something, but he could not confirm it. "Oh? Then why is young Master Yun covered in cold sweat?" Baiming Lifeng said in disbelief, "Although I don't know why young Master Yun has some misunderstandings and prejudices against our Baiming family. We are all on the same boat now. Young Master Yun and I still have the agreement of the East Sea, and we need a long-term cooperation. I hope that we can establish a certain friendship." After saying that, Baiming Lifeng suddenly and quickly retreated dozens of meters. He was on full alert as he stared at Xiao in horror, because he found that there seemed to be a faint violent aura coming from Xiao's body, and it was unusually demonic and not very friendly. "Young Master Yun, what's wrong with you?" The aura on Xiao's body slowly disappeared, and he finally opened his eyes, which were as clear as water. "I'm fine. I just felt a little unwell. Some old diseases just acted up." "An old illness acting up? Could it be an injury from the battle at the Red Moon City?" Baiming Lifeng asked, a little suspicious. "You can say that," Xiao said perfunctorily. "I've been fighting and killing all year round. Isn't it normal to have some injuries?" Baiming Lifeng felt his throat go dry. He knew that Xiao was talking nonsense again. This man always liked to wrangle and be frivolous at critical moments, but there was nothing he could do about it. "That's true. Our Baiming family has a lot of good medicine. We can give some to young Master Yun as a bridge to our friendship." "Oh? It's rare for Brother Feng to be so polite. I heard that the Baiming family has an outworld dark stone," Xiao said with a touched expression. "It's an item of extreme een and cold in the world. Can I have a look at it?" "Ha ha! Young Master Yun, you must be joking." Baiming Lifeng laughed. "The outworld dark stone is an important treasure of our sect. It's the foundation of our sect. How can we lend it to others?" "Humph!" Xiao snorted. "In that case, what friendship is there to talk about? Brother Feng, please step aside. Don't delay my study of the mysteries of this place." Baiming Lifeng's heart was stifled. If it were not for his lack of strength, he would have torn Xiao into pieces long ago. And for the first time he felt a great desire to kill Xiao. The talent of the man in front of him was too terrifying. He had thought that Xiao's martial foundation had been destroyed, but now it seemed that it was most likely nonsense. Since he could not befriend such a terrifying man, he must be killed, or he would definitely become a stumbling block for him to dominate the world. "Then, young Master Yun, hurry up and study it. I won't disturb you any longer." Baiming Lifeng flew down, but his face was extremely dark. The two of them did not lower their voices on purpose, so everyone present was a martial emperor. They had heard everything clearly, and each of them had their own expressions. However, everyone from the Baiming family had a murderous look on their faces, especially Baiming Tongfang, who had a flash of killing intent. At this time, everyone was on high alert, fearing that Baiming Tongfang would suddenly kill him. After all, Xiao seemed to have found something, and it was their hope to find the relic. They could not let the people of the Baiming family kill him. It would not matter anymore after they found the entrance. "Young Master Yun, how is it? Did you find anything?" One of the experts from Myriad Stars Valley finally could not stand it anymore. He saw Xiao's figure stay in the sky for several hours without moving. "Perhaps," Xiao said, "I've already found a way to enter the ruins." "What?" Everyone was shocked and hurriedly flew into the sky, surrounding him anxiously. "Did you manage to capture the coordinates of the ruins?" Chun Kaihong quickly asked. Xiao slowly opened his eyes and said, "No, look at the blood moon in the sky. Doesn't it look like something?" Everyone raised their heads as Baiming Tongfang said in a deep voice, "It's like a human's pupil, exactly the same as Gu Feiyang's moon eyes." He saw everyone looking at him and added, "I've seen Gu Feiyang's moon eyes." Xiao gave him a surprised look, but he had no impression of this man. He thought that this man was just a minion of the Baiming family in the past, but now his strength had improved greatly. "Everyone, look at the broken walls on the ground." What do they look like? As everyone looked down, Qin Kaihong said, "It should be an eye. I've seen many descriptions of this place in the murals. Now it's almost destroyed, and the shape is not very clear." "Not bad. One pupil, one eye," Yunxiao said seriously. "Have you noticed that the blood moon in the sky is moving?" Cheng Haobo frowned. "That's true. I've noticed this a long time ago. It seems to be rotating in a certain pattern. However, it's been many days and there's no sign of anything unusual." "It's not that they didn't show up," Yunxiao said. "It's because you haven't caught them. I'm sure that in the entire world, only when you look at the blood moon within the range of this huge eye will you feel it moving. And when the moon shines into the pupil of the eye, there will definitely be a strange phenomenon." He dared to say this because as the moon moved, an extremely familiar frequency fluctuated in the sky, and it was getting stronger and stronger, which gave him this idea. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. Some people even showed a look of ridicule, laughing at him for being too arbitrary. Some people even shook their heads repeatedly. Yunxiao remained silent. He stood there indifferently with his hands crossed over his chest, waiting quietly. Gradually, the faint projection of the moon moved on the ground, and soon it finally landed in the center of the remnant, where the eye should have been. Everyone was shocked. Although they did not quite believe Yunxiao's words, they were still nervous when they arrived. Time passed by slowly, and nothing unusual happened. "Haha, Li Yunxiao, your speculation is too naive. If there was something unusual, how could we not notice it after staying here for several days?" Chun Wen couldn't help but sneer. It was as if he had vented his previous depression. His face was full of pride and ridicule. Everyone was also greatly disappointed, shaking their heads and sighing. Chun Kaihong sighed. "Perhaps the method to open the ruins can only be used once. Once Jiang Charan and the others use it, we won't be able to enter again." The rest of the martial artists were also quite disappointed. Cheng Haoqi sighed. "Perhaps this is because I didn't have enough opportunities." Just as everyone was feeling dejected, the frequency fluctuation Yunxiao sensed reached its maximum. He finally found something. He looked up at the sky and said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, look at the blood moon. Isn't there something unusual about it?" Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked up at the sky. They saw that the strange moon seemed to have become even stranger, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. Chun Feng looked on in a daze and suddenly said, "The moon earlier was like a human's pupil, but it was the kind that appeared when one fell asleep after closing their eyes. At this moment, the moon's eyes seem to have grown wide. The pupils are open, and not only are they emitting light, but they also have the spirit of the owner of the pupils." The owner of the pupil. Everyone was taken aback, and their hearts trembled. This was just a moon that looked like a moon pupil. Could it really be a big pupil and had an owner? Although Chun Feng's words were outrageous, when everyone followed his words and thought about it, they felt that it was more and more similar, and they were all shocked. Chun Wen could not help but say, "Even if it's a little different, what does it mean? We still can't find the passage." Yunxiao gave him a faint look and said with a sneer, "You can't find the passage because your cultivation is too low, so you can't sense it. Lord Kaihong, you should be able to sense it, right?" Chun Wen's face instantly turned red from embarrassment. He said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? If everyone could sense it, they would have left this place long ago." Chun Kaihong's eyes were filled with confusion. He stared at the blood moon in the sky for a while, then turned to Baiming Tongfang. "Sir Tongfang, you have the highest cultivation level here. Can you sense it?" Chun Wen's expression changed slightly and looked a little ugly. Was it really because his cultivation level was too weak? The strongest experts from the Myriad Stars Valley and the Soul Devourer clan also turned their gazes over. Each and every one of them was frowning, as if they were not too confident. Baiming Tongfang was also puzzled. "You've also noticed it? I thought I was hallucinating." But there seemed to be a faint spatial fluctuation above the blood moon. What? Above the blood moon? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the so-called ruins were on the moon? Although this moon was not the moon of the realm of heavenly martial arts, it was still a strange celestial body. It was tens of thousands of miles away, much further than the outer starry sky of the realm of heavenly martial arts. How could they get up there? Only then did Chun Kai-hong speak in a serious tone. As expected, I felt the same way. Since Master Tongfang also feels the same way, then it should be correct. Chen Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Li Yunxiao, did you sense it too? Only a few 6-stars martial sovereigns had a faint sense of it, and the others had not found anything at all. Yunxiao was the first one to discover it, so how could he not be shocked? Don't forget that I'm an 8th-tier alchemist, Yunxiao said indifferently. My divine sense is stronger than any of you. A badge suddenly appeared in his hand and flashed in front of everyone. It was an 8th-tier alchemist's badge, and everyone's faces changed drastically. Chun Feng knew more or less about Yunxiao's cultivation base in sorcery, but the others did not. The fact that Yunxiao was so amazing in both sorcery and martial arts made it even more difficult for the people of the 7 major forces to suppress the horror and fear in their hearts. How old was this kid? He actually had such an achievement. Given time, if he was given another 10 or 20 years, who in the world could subdue him? Baiming Lifeng's heart was also extremely heavy, and his killing intent was spreading uncontrollably. I didn't expect young Master Yun to be an 8th-tier alchemy master. I've been disrespectful. Chun Kai-hong's face turned solemn, and he no longer treated his juniors with the same attitude. After all, he did not dare to show off his status in front of an 8th-tier alchemist. Luo Yuan Kai, the leader of the Myriad Stars Valley, said, "Young Master Yun, do you feel anything?" As an 8th-tier alchemist, his divine sense must be stronger than all of them. It was difficult for him to sense the abnormality while none of them had noticed it. My senses are the same as everyone else's, Yunxiao said. Although I don't know what's going on, the so-called relic is likely to be on the back of the moon. As for the passage, it might not exist. Doesn't exist? Luo Yuankai was slightly stunned and asked, "What do you mean by non-existent? Do we have to fly over?" "Maybe we're flying over," Yunxiao said seriously. "We're flying over there." "You must be joking." The leader of the Soul Devourer clan, Fade Yangyuan, snorted coldly. "If we really fly, we won't be able to get there without decades of time. Are we going to wait until the next opening of the world? In fact, what you see may not be true," Yunxiao said indifferently. "It may take decades to fly to the Blood Moon from other places, but it may only take a moment to get there from here." "What do you mean?" Fade Yangyuan frowned. "On your way here, have you found that the space in this desert is actually very distorted?" Yunxiao said, "Even if you spread out your divine sense, you can't find all the hidden things. There are only a large number of spatial rifts, and many demon beasts like to hide in those rifts, waiting to give people a fatal blow." Everyone nodded slightly. They had fought a lot along the way, and many of them even smiled. The more they fought, the more they gained. "And this place is the most twisted place," Yunxiao said seriously. "Even I didn't notice it. It was not until this strange moonblood that I realized something was wrong." He was afraid that the crowd would not understand, so he explained again, "It's like a huge piece of white paper. Everyone can feel that it's not flat if there's a slight bump on it, but when the white paper has been twisted into a ball, we can still feel that it's on the surface of a platform." The crowd fell into deep thought. Cheng Haobo frowned and said, "Young Master Yun's words are too mysterious. Just tell me the result." Many people seemed to not understand, but they also nodded. Yunxiao smiled and said seriously, "The result is that the entire desert's spatial distortion field is created with this place as the center, and the degree of distortion here has reached an astonishing degree, directly leading to the moon above our heads. Only when the moon moves to the center of the eye below will this twisted and almost flat passage open up. This is why the moon above us seems to have opened its eyes." Cheng Haomiao patted his forehead and said bitterly, "I still don't understand. Young Master Yun, just tell us what we should do. How can we enter the ruins, or how can we go to the moon?" With a smile in his eyes, Yunxiao said, "It's very simple. Like I said just now, just fly up. Directly fly up? The crowd was still stunned, and obviously did not believe him. Luo Yuankai frowned slightly and began to think, as if he was thinking about what Yun Xiao had said earlier. Yun Xiao did not say anything more. Instead, he leaped up and turned into a beam of light, flying further and further into the sky. Everyone looked up and waited quietly for the result. Suddenly, they were all shocked. Yun Xiao had disappeared completely right before their eyes, leaving no trace behind. This Tao Wu, is it really as he predicted? Everyone was shocked. Other than shock, Baiming Tongfang's eyes were also filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "This kid is too terrifying." Chen Kaihong said, "Let's hurry up and follow him. If we let him go too far, it will be difficult to deal with him if he is still blocked from behind." That's right. Not only does this kid have shocking talent, but he also knows more about this place than any of us. Don't fall behind. After Luo Yuankai finished speaking, he flew into the sky and soon disappeared. Only then did everyone rise into the air and fly towards the moon. There was indeed an abnormality in space. The ground had shrunk to an inch, and it was so close yet so far. After flying for a while, Yun Xiao was shocked to find that he was already in the sky above the blood moon. Looking down, he saw rows of strange buildings stretching out under the gray sky, looking magical and decaying. Is this really Yuetong's hometown? When Yun Xiao opened his eyes, his pupils had turned into blood moons. He felt a familiar yet strange feeling in his heart, and the blood in his body began to heat up. He looked at a tall building in the distance. It was unusually tall among all the other buildings. It seemed to directly enter the void, solemn and majestic. Soon, he flew directly to the front of the huge building. Sure enough, it was a tall altar with many huge patterns engraved on it, as vivid as a picture scroll. In ancient times, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much richer than it was now, and the number of species increased explosively. Moreover, they were extremely powerful, and there were a large number of existences that were like true spirits. Moreover, every race or even every tribe had their own totems to worship. They were usually ancestors or abnormally powerful existences within the race. The Sea tribe had preserved the characteristics of the ancient race. This was also because the spiritual energy and environment of the four seas were extremely stable, so there were very few changes over countless years. Yun Xiao looked up and stared at the altar for a while. A unique emotion seemed to surge in his red eyes, and a drop of blood slowly condensed and slid down the corner of his eye. "Eh? Are you crying?" Yun Xiao's face was very calm as he said indifferently, "Who has been immortal since the ancient times? The races that were much stronger than the I race were all wiped out in the long river of history. So stop crying." The moon I had lost its own mind and was completely under Gu Feiyong's control, but it seemed to still have a trace of emotion in its subconsciousness. After Yun Xiao finished speaking, the tears in its eyes slowly evaporated, and its eyes turned cold. "Li Yun Xiao, have you found anything?" Behind him, the experts from the 7 great sects also caught up one by one. He didn't even check for a moment before he started asking. "This should be Yuedong's hometown," Yun Xiao said. "If Tian Si really exists, she should be in this altar." The few of them flew around the altar and said, "There's not even an intersection. We've come so late. Could it be that the Red Moon City Master has already arrived?" Yun Xiao glanced at them and said, "The Red Moon City Master is more prepared than anyone else, and his strength is also stronger than everyone else. If he really has the time to think about it, it's only natural for him to obtain it. It's rare for you to think that you can snatch Tian Si from the hands of the Red Moon City Master. Unless Tian Si is a bunch of things, then everyone can have a share." Everyone looked at each other in silence. Chan Kaihong said, "If there's really such a wondrous item like the Heaven's Thoughts, there must be other rare treasures as well. There's no need to be discouraged. Even if we can't get anything, at least we'll be able to gain some experience. It's not a loss. Brother Kaihong is right. Rather than wasting time here, why don't we go in and take a look?" "Young Master Yun, have you noticed anything strange about this altar?" Luo Yuankai asked anxiously. "I haven't found any clues about how to get in," Yun Xiao said. But I found something interesting. He pointed at some marks on the ground and said, "The people of Red Moon City should have arrived here. Look at that empty piece of land. There are traces of origin power being released, which means that the people of Red Moon City have attacked here." Chen Wen snorted coldly and said, "Fought? Then why was there not a single trace of damage? You must know the strength of the Red Moon City Master. If he really made a move, more than half of the ruins would be destroyed." "I agree with young Master Yun's point of view," Baiming Lifeng suddenly said. "With the strength of the Red Moon City Lord, it's only natural that he ended the battle in an instant, so he only left behind a trace of his essence force. This is very reasonable." Chen Wen's face reddened as he glared at Baiming Lifeng, his face ashen from anger. Baiming Tongfang's expression turned grave. Indeed, with City Lord Zhang's strength, it's already extraordinary for him to personally take action. However, there are no corpses or anything else left here. What exactly happened? Yunxiao stared at the various huge patterns carved on the altar and said, "Everyone, look at these things. Maybe you can find the answer." On the huge altar, other than the various activities and rituals of the I-race, there were also a large number of environments, deserts, oceans, plains, and forests. It was as though they were all the various situations in the world. Above these images was a huge eye that was looking down at everything. These things look like they're from the ancient times, but there seems to be something wrong. Yunxiao fell into deep thought. Before he put away the lunar pupil, he had already felt that there seemed to be something wrong with these scrolls. He just didn't have time to look at it in detail. Chen Kaihong was also deep in thought. These things only describe the daily activities of the pupil race. Why do I feel that something is off? Indeed, Luo Yuankai said. Everything on it seems so lifelike, as if it's right beside me. After he finished speaking, there was a sudden deathly silence. Everyone's minds were instantly muddled. They were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't make any sound. They were originally standing in front of the altar, but at this moment, they were in a desert. The sky was vast and bright, and the gloominess and darkness from before were completely gone. "What's going on with this Ing Luo? We've been thrown out?" Cheng Haobua asked in horror. Gulp! Baiming Lifeng swallowed his saliva and pointed in front of him in shock. Isn't this the altar? Several tens of thousands of meters in front of them, a towering altar reached into the sky. Above the altar was a blazing sun that radiated with the power of extreme yang. It was so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes, making it difficult to see what the sun was like. Chen Kaihong was also shocked. What's going on? Why did the space suddenly change? He didn't even notice it. He looked around and saw nothing except for the altar tens of thousands of meters away. Yunxiao was also secretly surprised, but he quickly reacted and said, "Don't panic. We've already entered the altar." "Young Master Yun, what do you mean?" Luo Yuankai asked. Everyone turned their eyes to him, and Yunxiao seemed to have become their guide. "We are now in the mural we saw earlier," Yunxiao said. "Some force must have sucked us into the mural. What should we do now? Can we still get out?" Baiming Lifeng asked worriedly. "Go out." Yunxiao smiled and said, "Why should we go out? Tian Si, whom we are looking for, may be in the altar ahead. If I'm not wrong, the Red Moon City Master should have also come in. It's just that his strength was superior, and when that force attracted him in, he was detected, which left behind traces of origin power fluctuations." Yunxiao lowered his head and pointed at the dazzling golden light on the altar in front of him. With such a powerful extreme yang power, there's definitely more to it than meets the eye. Since there's another world inside the mural and we can't go out for the time being, why don't we go and take a look? The others hesitated as they watched him walk toward the altar alone. After all, things were getting out of their imagination and control. Wealth is found in danger. Luo Yuankai gritted his teeth after pondering for a while. After he finished speaking, he also followed. Baiming Tongfang, on the other hand, suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He had planned to find an opportunity to get rid of Yunxiao, but now it seemed that he could not do it without him. He could only think of a way to kill him later. The group of people were bold and courageous. They were all martial supremes and above. Although they felt that this place was strange, there was nothing to be afraid of. They quickly made their way to the altar. However, the extreme yang power in the sky was too strong. Even as martial sovereigns, they began to feel extremely uncomfortable. Chun Feng was the weakest among the group, and his face finally turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, I can't go any further. If I go any further, I won't be able to block that extreme yang power." Some of the other low-level martial sovereigns were also drenched in sweat. They panted heavily as if they had just gone through a difficult battle. The Emperor Qi defense that covered their bodies was being depleted very quickly, and it was very difficult for them to maintain it. "Young Master Yun, if they stay here, will they have a chance to leave later?" Chun Kaihong asked hurriedly. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes at him and said indifferently, "You really think I know everything? How could I know about this? Let alone them, even we might not be able to get out of this place. It's normal for us to die at any time after entering such a strange place." When the crowd heard that, they fell silent. Yun Xiao's words made a lot of sense. He was just a little smarter, so how could he know the situation inside the mural? But his performance so far had made everyone somewhat used to treating him as their leader. Suddenly, Yun Xiao looked at the few people from the Baiming family and smiled. The Baiming family's ice-cold qi is an extremely yin-type item, and it is a perfect counter to this extremely yang type. I can see that the Baiming family's friends are all calm and composed, and don't take this extreme yang energy seriously at all. If you are willing to help, I believe that everyone will be able to cross the barrier of this extreme yang region and go further. As soon as Yun Xiao said that, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the few people from the Baiming family. Sure enough, all of them looked calm, and a faint layer of cold air emerged from their bodies to protect them, which was very effective. Chun Kai-hong immediately said, "Brother Tongfang, please." "Humph." Baiming Tongfang interrupted him as he stared at Yun Xiao coldly and snorted, "Li Yun Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if my Baiming family's ice chi can resist this extreme yang, are you telling us to teach everyone the true ice formula?" "Of course not," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "If I'm not wrong, with your strength, you can condense the cold energy into a special domain, which will protect everyone inside. Then you won't have to be afraid of extreme yang." Baiming Tongfang's face flickered as his aura burst out and pressed down on Yun Xiao. "You know quite a lot, kid." With a sneer, Yun Xiao turned into a fallen leaf and drifted backward, looking fearless, which made the killing intent in Baiming Tongfang's heart grow stronger. Luo Yuankai frowned and said, "Brother Tongfang, is young Master Yun telling the truth? We're all in the same boat right now, so if you really have the ability, you shouldn't be hiding it." "Humph, I'm hiding something? It's true that I can condense a mutation domain," Dark North Tongfang sneered. "However, that state will consume a lot of my origin power. If I encounter danger, who can protect me?" This place was extremely dangerous, and no one was willing to waste any more energy. Chun Kaihong said, "We're now using your strength to protect everyone. If we really encounter any danger, we'll naturally work together to protect you. If everyone is selfish and only cares about their own comfort, I'm afraid this trip will be fraught with grim possibilities." Seeing that Baiming Tongfang was still unmoved, a pained expression flashed across his face. He took out a golden pill and said, "I'm sure you're familiar with the effects of this pill of the living dead, right? As long as Brother Tongfang releases your domain of extreme frost and escorts everyone through this extreme yang region, this pill will be your reward. In addition, if we encounter any danger, our three sects will definitely join forces to face the enemy." Chun Feng was the son of the sect master. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to protect him and bring him back. Baiming Tongfang's heart trembled slightly. The living dead pill, as its name suggested, was a holy medicine for healing and could instantly replenish a certain amount of origin power. Its value was so high that he couldn't help but be tempted. Moreover, he couldn't afford to fall out with everyone at this time. Who knew what kind of danger would await him? Brother Kaihong is too polite. Baiming Tongfang accepted the pill and put it away. He smiled, I'm not willing to exhaust myself because I'm thinking for everyone as a whole. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. The flesh on Chun Kai-hong's face twitched, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile and said, Brother Tongfang is right. After taking the benefits, Baiming Tongfang no longer held back. A cold qi began to spread from his body, and a blue shadow immediately spread out with him at the center, forming a semicircle around 10 meters in diameter, blocking the extreme yang power. All the low-level martial sovereigns, come in, Baiming Tongfang lightly shouted and slightly frowned. The amount of origin power consumed to support this domain seemed to have exceeded his imagination, and his expression became slightly unsightly. Chun Feng and the others were immediately overjoyed, and they quickly gathered around. Yun Xiao chuckled and said, Lord Tongfang is too stingy. I can't believe there is only such a small space. I also want to get some shelter, but there are no seats left. Baiming Tongfang's eyes were like daggers, and he said coldly, You really do have a deep understanding of my Baiming family. I once heard that you even used a secret technique to break my Baiming family's ice true qi in the Red Moon City. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I completely believe it. Yun Xiao laughed and said, All the martial arts in the world can be learned. The Baiming family is so big, and it has been standing for tens of thousands of years. They have offended at least 9 billion people. How many of them have devoted themselves to studying the way to break your ice true energy? Do you find it strange? As soon as Luo Yuankai heard the conversation between the two, he seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. He was afraid that they would start a fight, so he hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, Stop quarreling. This is not the place to argue. If there's anything, let's talk about it after we're out of here. Baiming Tongfang's eyes were already filled with killing intent, but after some thought, he suppressed it, turned his head around, and walked forward. Yun Xiao sneered in his heart as he thought about how to get rid of Baiming Tongfang. Except for Baiming Lifeng, who he could not kill yet, the rest of the people from the Baiming family were already on his must-kill list. In his previous life, he already had a deep grudge with the Baiming family. If his identity was exposed, the Baiming family would immediately turn out in full strength and kill him. After walking forward for a while, Yun Xiao suddenly stopped and stood still. Everyone was slightly shocked and became alert. Luo Yuankai said warily, Young Master Yun, what's wrong? The power of extreme yang is too strong, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. I can't walk anymore. I'll die if I go any further. Who? Everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief, thinking that something had happened. Then, they all turned their eyes to Baiming Tongfang. A cold smile appeared on Baiming Tongfang's face as he snorted, Why are you all looking at me? I'll never let Yun Xiao come into my ice domain. You can give up. Who cares about your protection? Yun Xiao sneered. I really like to think too much. In any case, a month's time is almost up. I'll just wait for the automatic teleportation. Although this is a mural, it should still abide by the power of the rules of the earth, heaven, and earth. When the time comes, it will definitely be teleported out. What if they don't? Luo Yuankai asked. If it's not teleportation, Yun Xiao said with a smile, I'll make a big profit. He would cultivate in the celestial realm for a few decades and wait for the next opening. With the resources here, if I cultivate for a few decades before leaving, I'll basically be able to do whatever I want in this world. Everyone was speechless. These words were true, but this brat was also a little too optimistic. Why did it seem like he didn't care about anything? As soon as Yun Xiao stopped, everyone seemed to be a little afraid to continue moving forward, and they all stopped. Baiming Lifeng furrowed his brows, then put on a carefree smile and said, What? Does everyone want to rest? If he's not strong enough, then let him stay. He'll only be a burden if he continues to follow us. The other members of the Baiming family also nodded in agreement. All right, let's continue. Chun Kai-hong nodded in agreement. The group began to move forward. Baiming Lifeng turned around and gave Yun Xiao a look, a contemptuous smile on his face. Yun Xiao still looked calm and did not get angry. Instead, he simply gave him a smile. Yun Xiao remained standing still as he watched the crowd slowly move forward. The demonic dragon's voice was heard. Why aren't you moving forward? With your strength, it's impossible that you can't resist this level of extreme yang. There seems to be something in front of us, Xianxia said with a smile. I can't detect it with my divine sense, but my intuition tells me that it's dangerous. Oh, I see. You're really a bad person. We're all in the same boat now, the evil dragon said jokingly. Why don't you tell us directly? It'll reduce our losses if we encounter any danger. A cold look flashed across Xianxiao's face as he snorted and said, Help each other in the same boat? If we were really in the same boat, they wouldn't have left me behind. If they hadn't abandoned me, I would have naturally told them about the danger. But now that they don't care about me, I'm happy to watch the fun from the side. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang was heard in front of them. It was a martial emperor powerhouse's scream. One of the martial emperor powerhouses was seen flying into the air. A line of blood shot out from his body as he retreated in the air in shock. Fortunately, he was still quite agile. After being attacked for no reason, he immediately adjusted himself and released his yuan qi. He was on guard with a frightened look. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. They were all on high alert and quickly scanned the surroundings with their divine senses. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a bamboo-like sharp object quickly emerged and rose up. An irresistible heat spread out like a wave, and everyone's face changed greatly as they quickly retreated in all directions. As soon as Baiming Tongfang retreated, the low-level martial sovereigns who were under his protection were immediately exposed to the extreme yang power. At the same time, they were swept away by the heat wave that came at them like a wave. A few one-star martial sovereigns immediately let out blood-curdling screams as their bodies began to melt uncontrollably. Chen Feng also let out a cry of horror. A blue armor appeared on his body, emitting a soft light. It resisted for a moment before being destroyed. But it also bought Chen Feng a little time. He unleashed his Tiangang sword and shattered the space in front of him, pushing the power of extreme yang to the side again. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled desperately in Xianxiao's direction. Several rays of light followed behind him. They were also the people who suddenly reacted. While resisting the extreme yang in pain, they also fled frantically. The wind and dust rushed directly past Xianxiao and did not stop until it was hundreds of meters behind him. The extreme yang power here was within his tolerance. At this moment, the armor on his body had already melted away, and most of the water in his body had evaporated due to the extreme yang rays. His skin had also been carbonized and turned black. His eyes were filled with fear and lingering fear as he looked ahead with resentment. There were a few other figures who were not so lucky. In the process of escaping, they could not resist the power of extreme yang and were directly shone through by the powerful sunlight. Their moisture was instantly evaporated completely, turning into dried corpses that fell to the ground and were buried by the dust. There were 8 of them in total. Only Chen Feng and 2 other one-star martial sovereigns who reacted quickly survived. However, they were also covered in wounds and 3 of them were charred. The other 5 people were completely dead. 5 mummified corpses fell to the ground and were half buried by the yellow sand in just a moment. Just a moment ago, they were all fresh faces, and they had even been moving together under the shade of Dark North's party. But now they were separated by heaven and earth. Looking at the 5 mummified corpses, the 3 survivors were all terrified and trembling. The cultivators of the 3 great sects watched their own sect members die, and their anger soared to the sky. They all turned their cold and questioning eyes towards Baiming Tongfang. Chun Kai Hong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He gritted his teeth and said, Dark North Tongfang, where are your morals? Baiming Tongfang frowned, but he didn't seem to feel anything was wrong, indifferently saying, This danger that appeared out of nowhere, can't I avoid it? Chun Kai Hong roared in anger. With your abilities, you should have been able to escape with everyone else. Yet, you chose to escape on your own and caused everyone to die in vain. Humph. The Baiming family's style really lives up to its reputation. Baiming Tongfang snorted heavily. A cold look flashed across his face. He instinctively wanted to refute, but everyone was staring at him with burning anger. He knew that he had provoked the public's anger, so he could only suppress his emotions and no longer say anything. A martial sovereign of the 9 heavens was a high-end combat force for any sect, and it was an unbearable loss. Just now, a total of 5 people from the 3 major sects had died. This debt would probably be placed on the Baiming family's head. Baiming Lifeng also felt a headache coming on. Yunxiao was to blame for starting a feud with 3 major forces for no reason. If he had not pointed out that Baiming Tongfang could release a mutation domain, all these troubles would not have happened. His killing intent and hatred for Yunxiao grew stronger. That brat suddenly stopped in front of us. Could it be that he had already predicted that there would be danger here? Baiming Lifeng's heart trembled. He turned his head and looked at Yunxiao, who had an indifferent expression on his face, which further proved his guess, and his face turned so dark that it looked like water was about to drip out. "It's not bright. What are you doing?" Luo Yuankai suddenly shouted and glared at a skinny old man. The soul-devouring banner in the old man's hand opened up and flew into the air. It exuded a gloomy aura and a few strange faces were floating in it. Bu Guangliang made a hand seal and the soul-devouring flag spun in the air before returning to his hand. His eyes were filled with shock. Cheng Haomiao was also shocked and explained, "The dead can't be resurrected. They're all martial supreme powerhouses, so their souls can't be wasted. However, my uncle master couldn't find their souls when he attacked just now. This extreme yang power is so abnormal that it directly destroyed their souls." Everyone's hearts trembled, and an indescribable sense of sorrow welled up in the hearts of those from the 3 sects. Their anger towards Baiming Tongfang grew even more. "This isn't the time to discuss who's right and who's wrong. We should work together to deal with this demonic beast," Baiming Lifeng said, embarrassed. "Humph. What a good, united lord of the Baiming family. Please forgive the Blade sect for not being able to do that," Chen Kaihong said coldly. "The 3 of us will work together, and your Baiming family will work together." Luo Yuankai also snorted coldly. The members of the Soul Devourer clan remained silent. However, from their cold and mocking expressions, it was clear that they were disdainful of working with the Baiming family. The Baiming family suddenly fell into a very passive position. Baiming Tongfang's face darkened as he coldly snorted, "Humph. Could it be that without you 3 sects, my Baiming family can't pass? Then let's use our own methods." These words immediately announced the end of the cooperation between the Baiming family and the 3 sects, and that they would go their separate ways. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Yunxiao was surprised to see the Baiming family break off relations with the others, but he was also happy to see it. At that moment, his eyes fell on the demon beast whose body was emitting a glazed light. After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized something and said, "This thing is actually Lu Xiao." The demonic dragon in his soul was also slightly moved. He exclaimed, "You mean the true spirit crystal flame lightnet's descendant Lu Yen?" "Yes," Yunxiao said seriously. "I've read some information about ancient true spirits in ancient books. The lapis lazuli lightnet seems to be born from the gathering of all the auroras in the world. It has a unique shape, and its whole body exudes a glazed light that is particularly prominent. Although its descendants didn't have the power of true spirit, they still inherited this form. However, this Lu Yen isn't an eye. It should be controlled by some kind of eye race. A true spirit descendant is blocking the way." The demonic dragon laughed. "They'll be busy. This Lu Xiao shouldn't be very strong," Yunxiao said. "If they had the complete power of Lu Huang, they would at least be a 9 stars martial emperor. In addition, this place is under the extreme yang, which is Lu Huang's favorite environment. It can maximize their power, and even Jiang Churen would not be able to pass through so easily. Perhaps it's been too long." The demonic dragon sighed. "I'm almost out of energy." As the 2 of them were talking, the people in front of them seemed to have discussed it. They suddenly split into 2 sides and rushed to Lu Yuan's left and right. Each of them exerted their escape technique to the extreme, hoping to escape without fighting. Lu Su didn't see it move, but its eyes suddenly opened wide and emitted a demonic purple light. The surrounding space was reversed. In an instant, the cultivators who had rushed out were all shocked to find that they had returned to their original positions. This buy-in, Luo Yuankai's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Changing time and space, twisting heaven and earth. He's indeed from the eye race." Chun Kai Hong's expression was also grave. "It seems like we'll have to beat this thing down if we want to get past it. I wonder how strong it is. Will we be able to win?" Luo Yuankai said, "We can only try to see how strong it is. Otherwise, we can wait here and be automatically teleported away like Yunxiao. Fortunately, this thing doesn't seem to have any malicious intent of attacking. It should only be a guard of the altar." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiao suddenly raised her hand and slapped him. The blinding halo in the palm was exactly the same as the extreme young light above the altar, like a setting sun. "You jinx!" Chun Kai Hong cursed out in shock. Everyone was shocked as they hurriedly flew in all directions to avoid the attack. Lu Yan's palm force fell directly on the sand, but it didn't cause a shock. A halo appeared and then spread out. The temperature of the whole land suddenly rose. So strong. It's actually using extreme yang power as an attack. In this environment, I'm afraid that one side will lose while the other side will gain. Luo Yuankai's face was solemn, and everyone retreated dozens of meters away, watching from a distance. No one dared to take the lead. After Lu Huang's palm scattered the people of the three sects, his only big eye turned towards the Baiming family's side. He also sent out a palm strike, and several rays of extreme yang energy shot out from his palm, bombarding the Baiming family. Everyone from the Baiming family had a slight change in their expressions. They didn't try to fight back, but turned into birds and scattered. For a time, everyone was scattered around Lu Huang like a plate of scattered sand. They were all watching quietly, and no one took the initiative to attack. The people of the 7 great sects all had their own thoughts. Who wouldn't be willing to put in more effort? Especially after falling out with the Baiming family, they were all waiting for others to make a move. Yunxiao frowned as he watched from a distance. "How long will this fight last?" he shouted. "Let's work together and forget about our past grudges. Defeating this demonic beast in a reasonable manner is the right way. Otherwise, in this extreme yang environment, the longer we waste time, the more dangerous it will be. If there's any hatred, we can resolve it after we're out of here." Everyone understood this principle, but no one was willing to mention it. They were all angry with each other. With Yunxiao as the trigger, things would go smoothly. Luo Yuankai said with a serious face, "You're right, young Master Yun. We have our priorities. Our top priority now is to join forces and fight the enemy." "That's right," Chun Kai Hong said. "Our 3 sects should work together. I wonder what Baiming Dark Palace is thinking. They won't stab us in the back, will they?" Baiming Lifeng was driven mad. When he said that they would work together, all of them were mocking him, but now, when Yunxiao said that they would work together, all of them agreed with him. He was the next master of Baiming Dark Palace, so what the hell was that Li Yunxiao? How could these idiots listen to him? But at this moment, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. Baiming Tongfang also said, "Everyone must be joking. In the face of a great enemy, we must work together. Even if you have some misunderstandings about me, I, Baiming Tongfang, will not take it to heart. As time passes, everyone will naturally understand the sincerity of our Baiming Dark Palace." Chun Kai Hong snorted coldly to express the dissatisfaction in his heart. Although everyone's words were fake, they knew that since they were working together, they needed a name. It would not be easy to expose them. Baiming Tongfang suddenly said in a clear voice, "To show the sincerity of our Baiming family, let this old man fight this demonic beast first. Everyone, please hold the line." The people from the 3 sects were secretly happy. Chang Haomiao squinted his eyes and smiled. With Sir Tongfang's help, there's no need to worry about the demonic beasts not being exterminated. Baiming Tongfang stepped forward. With every step he took, the cold chi on his body increased a bit. After 3 steps, an extremely blue light suddenly bloomed on his right fist. It was the limit of the cold chi. It directly turned into a light and flickered on the fist wind. Everyone's expression changed slightly. When this fist was formed, the temperature of the entire surroundings dropped, and the pressure of extreme yang decreased sharply. Many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that, in order to change his image, this old man was probably going to use his real power. Lu Huang also seemed to feel that this person was extraordinary. She raised her hands high, made a seal on her head, and suddenly slammed down. What? Demonic beasts can also form hand seals. Biming Tongfang was shocked, but he didn't panic. He took a step back and retreated dozens of meters. He condensed a fist force and threw it into the sky. What's wrong with this old man? Were his eyes playing tricks on him? He's actually hitting the sky. Isn't this too fucking ridiculous? The people of the Biming family are indeed unreliable. Just as everyone was cursing, Not Light from the Soul Devourer clan said, "Could it be that swish swish?" The punch blasted into the sky and turned into an extreme explosion. A blue, cold chi spread in all directions. The fist force hit the spatial node and a crystal-like ice flower bloomed. With the ice flower as the center, little crystals appeared. More and more crystals appeared and began to fill the sky. It's indeed a world of ice. Yunxiao looked at it calmly. He was no stranger to this move. Back then, the Palace Lord of Biming Dark Palace had frozen a 1,000-mile mountain range with one move, killing all the living creatures in it. Compared to this move, Biming Tongfang's move was really a child's play. Dark North Tongfang struck out, and the entire world was instantly frozen in ice. The power of extreme yang was completely repelled, and the range covered a radius of several hundred meters. Everyone was secretly shocked, and began to fear Dark North Tongfang's strength. To be able to freeze such a large area in this environment was enough to show just how terrifying his cultivation was. Dark North Tongfang was also secretly shocked. His full-powered attack had only created such a small world of ice and snow, and the ice crystals in the sky were also beginning to melt. The harshness of the surrounding environment had exceeded his expectations. Under my freezing sky and earth, the connection between the demonic beast and the extreme yang is cut off. This should be the time when its strength is at its weakest. Everyone, attack together! Biming Tongfang shouted as he also threw out a mirror. It enlarged in the air, gathering all the cold chi in the surroundings and then blasting out. Lu Yuan also seemed to be aware that this move was extremely harmful to her. She made a simple seal with her hands in front of her body, and a halo appeared around the big eye, blocking the cold air. Then, the eye flashed, and the entire body of Lu Yen turned into a ball of red fire, growing larger and larger, as if it was going to break open the frozen world. The expressions of the people from the other three sects changed slightly, and they also made their moves. For a time, all kinds of moves were performed, and the light shadows that filled the sky all fell into the flame. Without the suppression of the power of extreme yang, everyone could display their full strength and extinguish Lu Zhao's imposing manner. An eye gradually emerged from the flames. Its pupils were full of fierceness, without any human emotions. As soon as the eye appeared, the flames began to shrink rapidly, compressing into a round ball, but it emitted a heart-palpitating aura. Although everyone's attacks seemed powerful and numerous, they didn't seem to have much power. They didn't seem to hurt much. "Not good, retreat!" Biming Tongfang suddenly let out a loud shout. The frozen sky and frozen earth that he was supporting suddenly showed signs of crumbling at this moment, and seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately fled backwards. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts. Then, they felt a terrifying and dangerous aura spreading through their bodies, and they retreated in horror. Boom! The fireball exploded and broke through the ice. The ice flower in the sky cracked and disappeared with a bang. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the glaring sun on the altar in the distance, penetrating layers of space and landing on the eye in the flame. An unusually powerful aura continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. The flame also gradually shrank, turning into the figure of Lu Xiao. However, its aura was stronger than before. It raised one hand high to receive the power of extreme yang. "What do we do? This guy is so powerful." Biming Lifeng was secretly shocked. He retreated several hundred meters away and stared at the scene with full vigilance. Chen Kai-hong said in shock, "If its energy can be continuously replenished, how can we fight it? Unless we can kill him in one strike." How do we kill them? But from the way they joined hands just now, it seems that no one really did use their full strength. They were all just doing it perfunctorily, Luo Yuankai said in dissatisfaction. Biming Tongfang snorted coldly and said, "You still have the cheek to say that? Other than my freezing sky and earth punch, which one of you has really used your full strength?" Brother Yuankai is really lenient towards himself and strict towards others. If everyone continues to play around like this, we'll really be in trouble, Biming Lifeng said with an ugly expression. A cold voice suddenly came from the sky, full of disdain and contempt. A bunch of selfish and despicable people. It's a disgrace for us to be part of the 7 great system-allocated sects like you. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and their faces were filled with anger. Their divine senses spread out in all directions, but they could not find any traces. "Who is it?" Biming Tongfang asked coldly. "If you have the guts, come out and speak." The voice did not appear again, as if it was just passing by. Chen Kaihong said seriously, "You claim to be from the 7 great sections. There are 4 sects gathered here, and the people from the Red Moon City have already walked to the front. The Divine Cloud Palace has been sealed off for many years, and most of them are women. Could you be from the long family of the heavenly mountains of the northern region?" In the distance, Yunxiao's expression also changed slightly. He had not discovered that someone was hiding in the dark until the voice rang out just now. Only then did he vaguely sense that someone was in the void, and this aura was the mysterious people he had sensed before he entered the immortal realm. He did not expect it to be the Long family of Sky Ridge. The so-called Long family of the heavenly mountains did not have the surname Long. The reason why they were called Long was that ancient true dragons were the top existences among the true spirits, while the people of the heavenly mountains of the north were all supreme martial artists who had the bloodline of the true spirit. A black line suddenly appeared in the air and started to move. Finally, it stopped in the air and slowly tore apart. 3 figures stepped out one by one with dragon-like steps and tiger-like steps, lining up in the sky. They were all awe-inspiring, and a wave of pressure spread out. Their leader had a round face and large ears, with a few strands of beard on his cheeks and a pair of silver-threaded golden rings hanging from his earlobes. All 3 of them exuded an extremely wild aura, seemingly related to the awakening of their true spirit bloodline. Everyone's face was cold and contemptuous, as if they were high and mighty experts looking down on the common people. None of the 7 superpowers were simple. Among them, the one with the largest territory was Biming Dark Palace, the most mysterious was the Soul Devourer clan, and the one with the longest history was Divine Cloud Palace. The one with the most experts was the Long family of the northern heavenly mountains. Chen Kaihong sneered disdainfully and said, "What's the point of acting all high and mighty? Since we're all part of the 7 great forces, that means that we're on par with each other. If you want to show off your superiority, go find the Saint Realm and the Sea of Soul Formation. You piece of trash." He was extremely disgusted by the 3's previous words and current attitude, and couldn't help but mock them. The rest of the people nodded in agreement and looked back in disdain. "Since you look down on us, we naturally can't be bothered to hang you up." Which of the 7 major forces was not a lofty existence that looked down on everyone? It was indeed very difficult to get them to cooperate with each other openly and honestly. The 3 men from the Long family were furious. Yuzhua, who was the leader, said coldly, "Our sects are evenly matched, but that doesn't mean that the 3 of us are on the same level as ants like you. We can't even take down a descendant of the crystal flame Guanglua. What a disgrace to our own sections." The glazed flame light net? Everyone was slightly stunned. They didn't expect these 3 people to be able to recognize the demonic beast's origin. However, the name was extremely unfamiliar, as if they had never heard of it. Bu Guangliang's contemplative expression suddenly turned into shock. "The ancient true spirit crystal flame light net? She's actually a true spirit." "Oh, I didn't think that there would be someone among you with some knowledge." Wuxia said sarcastically, "Don't be so surprised. He's just a true spirit descendant. The difference is huge. All of you can leave now. I will show you a little bit of my power to broaden your horizons." Everyone was burning with anger when they heard this. Luo Yuankai coldly mocked, "I don't think it's a good idea for you two to kill each other after you've both reached the true spirit realm, right?" The Long family's eyes flashed with ferocity. 3 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. Wuxia said coldly, "What did you just say?" "It seems that I need to exercise my muscles and bones before I capture Lu Yen." The man's aura exploded in an instant, and an overbearing force crossed the sky and pressed down on Luo Yuankai. Everyone felt the violent and wild power, and their faces changed. Bu Guangliang, who had been quiet all this while, said, "If the 3 of you have the ability, you should first subdue this monster beast. No matter how strong you are, do you really think you can compete with our 4 sects at the same time?" Luo Yuankai's face was cold. He wasn't afraid of Wuxia's provocation at all. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and looked at Wuxia coldly. Chun Kaihong also said slowly, "How long have the 3 of you been following us? Could it be that you've waited until now to mock us and show off your strength?" Wuxia's expression changed slightly. He retracted his aura and said, "That's right, we've indeed come for this Lu Su. Although its true spirit bloodline is extremely weak, it's still a descendant of a true spirit and will be of great use to us. I was hoping that you guys would be able to contribute a little, but it seems like I can't count on you guys anymore." He looked at Luo Yuankai coldly and said, "I'll settle the score with you after we're out of here." He snorted coldly and turned around to walk toward Lu Yu. "As you wish," Luo Yuankai scorned. Yunxiao sighed to himself as he watched from a distance. Although the Long family was strong, they seemed to be too proud and simple. He was afraid that they would be used by these old foxes to lead the charge. Sure enough, everyone watched Wuxia and the other 2 charge forward from a distance. They all had a smug expression on their faces, squinting their eyes at the 3 idiots. Under the power of the extreme yang, Lu Xiao not only recovered all her energy, but she was even more powerful. Her sharp eyes stared at the 3 people who were walking toward her. She blinked, raised her hand, and shot 3 beams of extreme yang power. Without a sound, the 3 of them dodged instantly. The extreme yang shot on the ground did not cause any movement. It spread out directly and increased the temperature of the entire environment. "Set up the formation and capture this beast alive," Wuxia ordered coldly. The 3 of them instantly separated and trapped Lu Luan in the middle in a triangular formation. They worked together to lay out a strange formation. The surrounding scene suddenly blurred, and then countless golden light spots emerged, condensing into an iron wall that pressed toward Lu Luan in the middle. Lu Yuan blinked, and the flames around her began to shrink to the center, exactly the same as the previous scene. "This demonic beast won't self-destruct again, right? Isn't there anything new? If he self-destructed at every turn, how can we fight?" Cheng Haomiao could not help but frown. "Hee. Let's see how the 3 experts of the Long family will deal with this." Baiming Lifeng laughed. To everyone's surprise, Lu Su didn't explode. Instead, it turned into an eye with a long flaming tail. Like a comet, it flew around the shrinking array boundary. Bang! 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 Lu Yen collided with the wall a few times and bounced back. The sound of each shock was different. Then she rushed to a side. The 3 people's faces changed at the same time. The people in front hurriedly changed their magic arts and several runes were sent into the array, just as Lu Su was about to face them. Boom! The 2 forces collided, and the barrier shattered with a bang. The expert was also forced back a few steps, and his expression was ugly. After Lu Su broke the formation, she immediately spun upward and transformed into her true form again in the air. She raised one hand to the sky and began to gather extreme yang at her fingertips. Wuxia's expression changed. How could this thing have such high intelligence? He asked, confused. It can actually see the weakest link of the array? In fact, what he didn't know was that Lu Xiao was only a body at the moment and was actually controlled by that eye. Its intelligence was not inferior to theirs. When Jiang Charan and the others passed by earlier, it simply hid and didn't come out. A ring of light spread out from Lu Su's fingertip, and the entire space shook slightly. In the distance, the faces of Baiming Tongfang and the others changed slightly, and they couldn't help but retreat a distance, afraid that they would be affected. Lu Huang didn't seem to use his own power. He borrowed it to come over. The extreme yang on the altar in the distance shone over and gathered at his fingertips. Then it disintegrated again and turned into a rain of yang, falling down one after another. The whole world became a furnace. What? Yu Zhuo was shocked. He clasped his hands in front of him and a huge force was generated. It instantly turned into countless black cracks that rushed into the sky like earthworms and began to devour the extreme yang. The other two didn't panic. Instead, they formed hand seals and disappeared without leaving any traces. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The next moment, the two of them suddenly appeared beside Lu Yen. One on the left and one on the right, one fist and one palm. They seemed to reflect each other and crushed each other. The big-eyed man's expression changed, and Lu Yu's lips moved slightly, as if she was saying something. Then, she quickly formed a few seals, condensed them into a finger, and raised it high. The finger seemed to instantly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, turning it into a vacuum. The light pierced everyone's eyes, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. However, under the prying eyes of many experts, a figure slowly gathered in the halo and appeared behind Lu Yuan. The figure seemed to be formed by tens of thousands of light souls. Its body was crystal clear, and its face could not be seen clearly, but it gave people a feeling of unparalleled power. Everyone's heart trembled as they immediately reacted. That shadow was the true spirit crystal flame lightnet. Yu Zhuo's expression changed, and he quickly began to perform hand seals. His body instantly expanded, and his originally burly figure even rose from the ground. In an instant, he grew several times in size, and his face was no longer human. He became abnormally ferocious, and an image appeared behind him. He threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The wind from the fist and the extreme yang finger collided, immediately creating a huge storm. The three people and one beast were all sucked into it and quickly spread out. The people of the four major sects retreated again, almost to Yunxiao's side. Dust and sand filled the sky as strange forces shot out from time to time. The unusually complex and violent forces wreaked havoc inside, and everyone's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, so they could only watch quietly. Do you think the three from the Long family are dead? Baiming Tongfang chuckled. Chen Kai Hong frowned slightly and said unhappily, Brother Tongfang, why are you asking this? Why don't you ask if the demonic beast is dead? Everyone glanced at Baiming Tongfang. No matter what, the Long family was on the same side as them, so how could they curse their own people to death? Baiming Tongfang laughed. I saw that Lu Yan's last attack actually manifested a true spirit shadow. It was truly powerful. I'm really worried for the three friends of the Long family. Luo Yuankai laughed as well. Haha, I'm the same. But I can see that those three friends are also very big and strong. They won't die so easily, right? As the two of them were ridiculing each other, a cold snort came from the yellow sand. It was Yu Zhuo's voice. Don't worry. A mere descendant of a low-level true spirit can't trouble us. The dust gradually stopped, and a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Two members of the Long family joined hands to form a seal and trapped Lu Huang in front of them. The big eyes on her face had been seriously injured at some point. At this moment, they were half closed, and blood was flowing out. It was a shocking sight. Yu Zhuo was still in his giant form. His right arm was red, and his veins were protruding. His fist was a bloody mess, completely deformed. His left hand formed a few hand seals and a scroll appeared in the air. The scroll slowly opened. There were many small characters drawn on the scroll, each of which was shining with golden light. After opening it, all kinds of patterns appeared, all of which were lively birds of prey and demonic beasts. Yun Xiao was taken aback. The small characters in the pattern were Maha-ancient characters. With a quick glance, he could not see the shape of the characters clearly, but there were at least 100 of them. The scroll flew out of Yujua's hand and floated above Lu Su. It radiated golden light and tried to capture Lu Su. Lu Xiao growled in fear and kept struggling. However, her aura became weaker and weaker as she slowly flew up. That's the Swan and I 100 spirit painting. Luo Yuankai trembled and said in horror, "The Long family's supreme secret treasure, the 100 spirits painting, is actually on you?" 100 spirits painting? Yun Xiao was shocked as well. The 100 spirits painting is a legendary item. It is said that hundreds of true spirits are recorded in it. How can it really exist? He had read about this item in ancient books. At that time, he had scoffed at it and didn't believe it at all. Never in his dreams would he have thought that he would see it with his own eyes. The rest of the people were also confused, but when they heard Yun Xiao's explanation, their mouths were also wide open in shock, and they were all petrified. Yujua's gaze swept across the crowd and he snorted coldly, "You've heard of the 100 spirits painting? You're quite knowledgeable." Luo Yuankai said, "The 100 spirits painting of the Long family of the Heavenly Ridge is not as freakish as the legends say it is. It is made from bits and pieces of the legends. However, the demonic beasts recorded in it are all extremely powerful beasts above the 9th rank. No one has ever seen how powerful it is when it is used." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But even so, wasn't this a little too abnormal? If they could really collect 100 ninth order monster beasts, wouldn't they be able to sweep the world? Yujua nodded. The 100 spirits painting of the Long family is indeed a replica. Even so, it is still a top-tier profound level weapon on the continent. The scroll in my hand is just a clone of the 100 spirits painting. Not all 9th order monster beasts were qualified to be included in it. They had to have a true spirit bloodline or be extremely fierce and powerful. Although this Lu Zhao's strength isn't good, it's born in a good family. Everyone's heart, which had just relaxed, jumped up again. A profound level weapon that could create a clone. What kind of existence was this? Yun Xiao's face was solemn as well. As a top alchemist, he naturally understood the power of the 100 spirits painting, which was probably enough to compete with the million-sword illustration of Xianxia Palace. "You three," Baiming Tongfang suddenly said, "you may have defeated Lu Yen, but we also contributed to it. It's not very nice for you to take all of it, is it?" Everyone felt a wave of dizziness. This Dark North Tongfang was far too shameless. They told him to do his part, but he didn't. Now that someone else had caught him, he actually jumped out to snatch the fruits of victory. The people from the other 3 sects all stood a little further away from him, pretending not to know him. As expected, Yujua's expression changed and he said angrily, "What do you mean? Why don't I let it go and let you catch it?" Dark North's expression didn't change as he replied, "We're all from the 7 great sects, so there's no need to be so distant. Lu Huan will naturally belong to the Long family, so no one has any objections. However, if there are any other treasures ahead, I hope that the Long family will give in a little. Everyone will get a share of the benefits." This time, the people from the other 3 sects also echoed, and their words entered the depths of everyone's hearts, and they all agreed. Yujua was so angry that his face turned green. They were all shameless villains. He was so angry that he had nothing to say. Lu Su struggled with all his might and was soon absorbed into the 100 spirit painting, becoming one of the paintings. The scroll was instantly closed, and with a light touch from Yujua, it was absorbed into the space between his eyebrows. The other 2 members of the Long family heaved a sigh of relief. They circulated their qi and regulated their breathing, recovering some of their strength. The laws of the world have always been that the strong have more. If you have the ability, take it for yourself. "Let's go," Yujua said before he left. A smile appeared on everyone's faces. What they wanted was someone to open up a path for them, and they followed one by one. Only Chen Feng and the other 2 were left standing in the distance, not daring to advance any further. They planned to stay until the end of the secret realm so that they could be teleported out. After thinking it through, The three of them calmed down and sat down to adjust their breathing and heal their injuries. Moreover, this extreme yang power was also a rare place for cultivation. Staying here for 10 days to half a month could be considered to have gained something. Baiming Lifeng suddenly thought of something. He turned around and stared at Yunxiao, who was walking slowly at the back of the group, and said coldly, "Young Master Yun, didn't you say that you couldn't resist the power of extreme yang and could only stop outside? Why do you look fine now?" His words immediately caused everyone to turn their heads, all of them filled with confusion. That's right. Yunxiao was also surprised. "How come you're fine now?" He looked around and said in surprise, "Haha, it must be that Lu Yen was taken, so the extreme yang power is greatly reduced." Bullshit. The power of extreme yang is coming from the altar. What does it have to do with Lu Yen? Baiming Lifeng's temper was rising, and everyone could see what was going on. They knew that Yunxiao must have been pretending before, and they could not help but be secretly shocked. This could only mean that Yunxiao had long noticed Lu Fei's existence, and that was why he had been pretending to be a pig. Yunxiao rolled his eyes at Baiming Lifeng and said innocently, "I don't know what's wrong with that. I just felt uncomfortable just now, and now I'm feeling very comfortable." "Don't tell me I'm not allowed to feel comfortable?" Baiming Lifeng was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat him to death. He glared at him fiercely and turned his head away, not wanting to take a second look. Without Lu Su, everyone had a smooth journey, and the altar was right in front of them. The three people from the Long family suddenly stopped in their tracks, and their expressions became serious as if they had discovered something strange. 100 meters away, the people of the 46 and Yunxiao stopped at the same time, all on high alert. "My three friends, why did you stop all of a sudden?" Baiming Tongfang called out from afar. The three of them did not reply. Suddenly, a buzzing sound could be heard. It was like that of a bee. At first it was very small, but it slowly grew larger and larger. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be filled with this sound. It made people feel upset and their qi and blood were boiling. Bang! Yunxiao was the first one to rush into the sky. Then he looked down in horror. Before the crowd could understand what was going on, they suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. A disciple of the Baiming family had his legs covered in a dense layer of black matter, as if it was devouring his body and continuously climbing up. At this time, everyone was shocked to find that the sand under their feet was actually filled with dense black dots, which began to climb up their bodies. This time, all of them were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly circulated their yuan power and poured it into their legs, trying to shake off those black spots. However, just as they shook off a layer, more lay on the ground. Moreover, those black spots could actually devour the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens. Many of them burrowed into their legs. "Damn it!" Baiming Tongfang cursed in anger. He stomped his foot down and a stream of icy qi shot into the ground, instantly freezing everything within 100 meters. Only then did the black dot stop spreading. "Have you killed them all?" Luo Yuankai asked in horror. Due to the cold air, everyone's legs were frozen numb, so they couldn't feel the black spot spreading for the time being. The world also became quiet. They should all be dead. The Baiming family's cold qi and yin energy. These insects that live under extreme yang can't resist it at all. Bu Guangliang said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound of ice breaking was heard, and he knew that he was wrong. Then, a large number of tiny bang 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 sounds hit the window like raindrops. They were continuous and filled the sky. The shocked people shattered the ice and flew into the air like Yunxiao, desperately circulating their Emperor Qi to force the bugs out of their legs one by one before killing them with it. It was only then that everyone realized that these bugs were actually tiny bees and were extremely poisonous. Many people's faces began to turn green and purple. One could only imagine how poisonous they were to be able to poison a martial supreme. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly swallowed all kinds of spirit pills. "How come the three from the Long family are completely fine?" Cheng Haomiao suddenly asked in surprise. Only then did everyone realize that Yu Zhua and the other two were still standing in front of them. There was not a single bee under their feet, making them extremely safe. Behind them, more and more bees were pouring out from where they had been standing. Wuxia and the other two also found it strange, their brows furrowing in confusion. Is it because of the true spirit bloodline in their bodies that these bees don't dare to approach them? Xianxia asked. Although this deduction was a little far-fetched, it was the only explanation. More and more bees appeared on the sand, and they actually formed into a swarm of bees, forming various patterns. They began to fly toward the group, and buzzing sounds filled the sky. Everyone, move aside. Let me deal with these bugs. Luo Yuankai suddenly said, his eyes flashing. He seemed to be very interested in these bees. Chun Kaihong said, I heard that Brother Yuankai has a technique to control insects. It seems like it's true. Today, I'll be able to broaden my horizons. He retreated tens of meters in an instant, giving Luo Yuankai space to display his skills. The rest of the people also couldn't wait for someone to stand up for them, so they all retreated. The swarm of bees flew towards Luo Yuankai, surrounding him in an instant and stinging him. A mini battle suit appeared in front of Luo Yuankai's chest. It emitted rays of purple light and condensed a defensive power around his body, immediately blocking the swarm of bees. However, his expression quickly changed. The purple light rapidly shrank and was constantly devoured by the bees. He was shocked to find that he seemed to have misjudged the strength of these things. In a panic, he hurriedly cast several incantations and threw out an ordinary cloth bag. As the cloth bag flew into the air, a golden pattern suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary cloth bag. It looked like some kind of strange symbol, and it bloomed with golden light. Under his control, he immediately opened the mouth of the bag, and an extremely powerful vortex immediately formed at the mouth of the bag, which began to frantically absorb the bees. A large number of bees were sucked into the vortex, and the noise was reduced. What a powerful weapon! I wonder how much it can swallow. With these bees, Luo Yuankai's strength will probably increase greatly. The golden patterns on the cloth bag became brighter and brighter. It seemed to have reached its limit, and the suction force gradually decreased. Luo Yuankai was slightly surprised. He changed the spell in his hand, and immediately 3 more sacks flew out from his waist and opened up in the air one by one. However, this time they were no longer golden patterns but silver ones. The mouth of the sacks was also a size smaller, continuing to absorb in place of the golden sack. The bees that filled the sky immediately divided into 3 batches and rushed toward the 3 sacks. Luo Yuankai's hand seals changed a few more times, and the golden cloth bag immediately sealed the mouth and flew back to his hand, returning to its previous ordinary appearance. His face showed great joy, and he hurriedly drew a few runes in the air, which were directly inserted into the cloth bag, and then put it away safely. Soon, the 3 silver bags were also full. Luo Yuankai sealed the mouths of the bags with the same technique and put them away. At this time, he also frowned. The 4 wind bags were all full, but only 2/3 of them were taken. The remaining 1/3 of the swarm of bees began to buzz and sting towards him. The wind on the river dances against the moon in autumn, and the sword strikes in all directions. A trace of coldness flashed in Luo Yuankai's eyes. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the shape of a sword appeared in front of him. With a change of the hand seal, a sea of sword chi instantly appeared, slashing in all directions. Sha-sha-sha sounds could be heard wherever the sword chi passed. All the bees were shaken away, and only a few were killed by the sword chi and fell down. What? Luo Yuankai's eyes were about to pop out. His sword energy was the standard power of a 5-star martial emperor, but he could not kill these bees. This made him both surprised and happy. He was happy because he had collected so much. If he refined all of them, his strength would be unimaginably high. He was also shocked because what should he do now? The beehives buzzed and floated over again, like black clouds. Xianxia was also surprised. When these bees are gathered together, they can directly stack their power. When thousands of them form a group, they can actually fight against a martial supreme. This is amazing. Luo Yuankai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, do you have any good ideas with your knowledge?" He had boasted that everyone should step back, so he was too embarrassed to ask for help now. He could only brace himself and ask Yunxiao for a solution. Under the guidance of his sword technique, the sword chi spread out in all directions, but he could only maintain an undefeatable situation. He was anxious. "I'll try," Yunxiao said after some thought. He took a step forward, and divine fire condensed in his hand. He immediately transformed into the form of a phoenix, and with a long cry he flew out. The flame of true spirit. "What?" Yu's entire body trembled as he cried out in shock. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the flames that covered the sky, turning it red. The faces of the people from the Biming family also changed slightly, revealing a look of displeasure. They were all cultivators of extreme cold, and what they hated the most was this kind of scorching yang attribute item. The divine fire phoenix directly burned across the sky and swallowed the mass of bees in an instant, making a large number of crackling sounds like frying beans. Luo Yuankai was also slightly shocked. The bees that his sword chi couldn't hurt had exploded in an instant in the flames, causing countless deaths and injuries. He hurriedly opened a defense to isolate the fire so as not to burn himself, but he found that the fire did not seem to be as powerful as he had imagined, and it was easily blocked. A moment later, the swarm of bees that filled the sky was burned to nothing by the divine fire. Yunxiao changed his hand seal, and the flame gradually extinguished. Luo Yuankai flew over and gave Yunxiao a fearful look. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help, young Master Yun." "It's just a small matter," Yunxiao chuckled. "It's not a big deal." Although Yunxiao had always been known as the #1 rising star, these martial emperors did not take him seriously. After all, the gap between them was a major realm, and it was not easy to make up for it. It was not until he and Chun made a move that he had truly entered the eyes of the people, and at this moment, he had finally gained their attention. Yuzhua raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Li Yunxiao, was that a wisp of true fire chi of the true spirit phoenix you just used?" Yunxiao nodded and smiled. "That's right. It's true phoenix fire. However, I haven't refined all of it yet, so its power is limited. However, those wasps seem to be extremely fearful of this true spirit object. Perhaps they're being restrained. Can you name a price for this flame?" Yuzhua asked after some thought. When he saw Yunxiao's face darken, he quickly said, "Of course I know that this is an unparalleled treasure, but there's always a price to everything in the world. Young Master Yun, please tell us. Perhaps we can do it. Do you want to take it?" Yunxiao said indifferently, "Will you consider it?" Yuzhua's face was filled with disappointment. "Young Master Yun, if you ever change your mind, you can come to the Long family's residence to find me at any time." After the incident with Lu Huang and the Wasp colony, everyone was even more careful with their path forward. Even with the 3 people from the Long family opening the way, they were still not at ease. However, everything went smoothly until they reached the altar. They didn't encounter any more dangers or obstacles. A giant gate that was dozens of meters tall appeared in front of everyone. The gate was made of neither gold nor jade. It was unknown what it was made of, but it looked very simple. There were no patterns or carvings on it, and it was completely gray-white. However, due to its unusual height and the color that did not fit in with the surroundings, it appeared a little abrupt and majestic. More than 10 people stood quietly in front of the door, looking up, not knowing how to enter. Yuzhua examined the door for a moment, then walked forward alone. He carefully placed his hand on the door, and after not noticing anything unusual, he pushed it hard. Bang! With a loud boom, Yuzhua was sent flying dozens of meters before he could stop himself. Although they were shocked, it was within everyone's expectations. "Brother Zhua, how do you feel?" Chen Kaihong asked. 10 times the power of the rebound," Yuzhua said. 10 times. Everyone was shocked. If that was the case, how could the door be opened? "Then we can only go through the door's limit," Biming Tongfang said. Chen Kaihong frowned and said, "No one knows the limits of this gate. If we can't even pass through it even with a full-powered attack, then who can withstand the rebound of 10 times? "Li Yunxiao," Yuzhua suddenly said, "you can burn the gate with phoenix fire. Perhaps you can break it. Yunxiao chuckled and said, if I can completely refine the phoenix fire, I might be able to do it. But now its power is limited. You have overestimated it. But I can give the Baiming family's ice true qi a try. This time, Baiming Tongfang didn't object. He took a few steps forward and reached out his hand, trying to release some cold qi towards the door. Soon, a thin layer of ice completely froze the door. At this moment, a change occurred. The originally ordinary-looking door had turned into a beautiful piece of crystal jade. Patterns began to appear on it, and they grew in number. It was as if a brush was rapidly drawing on it. The mountains, rivers, plants, rare birds, and strange beasts were all very lifelike. Bang! The thin layer of ice suddenly shattered, and a huge ancient character of Maha popped out, which disappeared in a flash. Maha ancient text. There's actually rule force protecting it? Wuxia asked in shock. How did the people of Red Moon City get in? Maha ancient language. Everyone looked puzzled. Baiming Lifeng and Cheng Haobua had heard Aunt Zhou's explanation before, so they knew what it was, but they were also secretly surprised. Most of the others were hearing it for the first time, so they were all suspicious. Baiming Lifeng briefly relayed Ninth Aunt's explanation, and everyone was shocked. They lamented how small their strength was compared to the vastness of the world. Chun Kaihong suddenly said, I see that this so-called Maha ancient text is very similar to the symbols that appear when young Master Yun uses his lightning divine ability. Perhaps young Master Yun has done some research on these things. Yun Xiao admitted, what I said is indeed the Maha ancient language of the law of thunder. It is not as magical as you think. It's just that very few people in today's world can master this language, and I can only recognize a few words. There seem to be hundreds of Maha ancient characters on the 100 Spirits painting just now. Everyone's eyes immediately turned from Yunxiao to Wuxia and the other two. Wuxia nodded. Those are indeed ancient Maha characters, and they are complete paragraphs. But I don't know what they are. Don't be modest, said Baiming Tongfang indifferently. This is not the time to be modest. Only the two of you understand these words, so I hope you can think of a way to use it. Yunxiao sneered. Along the way, the three people of the Long family took Luxiao and Myriad Stars Valley, and I destroyed the swarm of bees. The Soul Devourer race, Baiming Dark Palace, and the Blade Sect are the only ones left. Don't you want any contribution? At the very least, you have to think of a way to break this door. Young Master Yun is right, Luo Yuankai immediately said. Experts from the three sects, please show your skills. With that, he and Yun Xiao retreated to the side with great tacit understanding. Wuxia and the other two frowned slightly, then stepped back and gave up their seats. Although the three men were arrogant and simple, they were not fools. Cough, cough, cough. Bu Guangliang coughed a few times. In that case, I'll show my incompetence. If I can't pass, please help me. He was the smallest and most inconspicuous person in the group, but no one dared to underestimate his strength. Even the one with the highest cultivation, Baiming Tongfang, was somewhat wary of him. Bunliang took out the soul-devouring flag and raised it in the air. Suddenly, the world became dark, and the dizziness made people feel depressed and depressed. A golden light slowly condensed in this darkness, turning into a smiling ghost face, wandering in the air. Stop playing. It's time to move the bricks. Bu Guangliang shouted. The smile on the golden ghost face disappeared and turned into a ferocious look. It rushed towards the giant door. When the golden light touched the door, it went straight through the door with a pop, like a bubble bursting. Everyone's pupils contracted, and they were on high alert all of a sudden. It seemed that this door could only reflect attacks and had no resistance against things like souls. The Maha ancient character was still floating on the door and had no reaction. Bu Guangliang's eyes were also filled with joy. He hurriedly made hand seals with both hands. His movements were very slow, but every time he did it, it seemed to trigger the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, behind the Maha ancient character on the door, a ferocious face appeared. It was as if it had been there all along. The seal in Bagwang's hand changed again, and the golden soul slave began to move. It floated above the door, but it kept circling around the ancient Maha character. There was no smile or fierceness on its face. It was extremely calm. Everyone watched quietly. The Soul Devourer clan had always been the most mysterious of the 7 sects, and they were also the most feared. No one had ever seen such a situation before. Although they were full of doubts, they still held back their words. The expression on his dark face repeated several times. He seemed to be very hesitant, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. His hands formed a series of hand seals, forming a strange symbol. The golden soul slave on the door also changed instantly. It suddenly turned into a ball, and its face became ferocious again. It rushed out of the door, opened its mouth, and bit down on the Maha ancient character. Ah! Cheng Haomiao couldn't help but exclaim and took a step back in shock. Everyone's mouth was also wide open. They didn't expect such a scene, and they were all on guard, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Gulp! Looking at the golden soul slave's swallowing appearance, the dull throat also made a goo-goo sound. With an unusually nervous expression, the hand seals became faster and faster. In an instant, hundreds of hand seals were cast, all of which flew into the golden soul slave. After the golden soul slave devoured the Maha ancient character, it did not seem to have changed much. It only seemed to be a little full, as if it was feeling uncomfortable. However, under the dim light of all kinds of magic arts, his face slowly calmed down, his eyes gradually closed, and he finally fell asleep. On the other hand, Biu Guangliang's face was filled with wild joy. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and beckoned the soul-devouring banner in the air. Suddenly, the dark colors that filled the sky were all absorbed into it and flew back to his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. After the ancient Maha character disappeared from the door, the spiritual chi on the door instantly dissipated. The mountains, rivers, and the paintings of rare birds and beasts were all gone, and it returned to its ordinary state. No one could react in time, especially Yunxiao and Yuzhua. They knew the power of the Maha ancient text, but seeing that it could be swallowed directly, it simply subverted their understanding, and their minds were filled with question marks. Luo Yuankai couldn't help but ask, "Brother Guangliang, how is it?" Brother Guangliang's face looked so happy. "It seems like you've gained a lot." Not Bright's face was red, as if he had suddenly become a few years younger. He just laughed and didn't answer. Chen Kai-hong's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Is Brother Guangliang's soul slave about to advance?" Hu Guangliang chuckled. "Brother Kai-hong, you have good eyes. My soul slave was originally at the peak of the yellow rank. Just now, it seemed like it was about to enter the earth rank. I didn't expect this. Everyone's heart trembled, and their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Then congratulations, Brother Guangliang." Chun Kai-hong could not help but say sincerely. The rest of the people also congratulated him one after another, but their words were full of bitterness, without any real joy. Only a few people from the Soul Devourer sect sincerely congratulated him. Hu Guang did not mind and kept laughing. Luo Yuankai said, "The ancient Maha character that represents the power of rules has been eaten by the soul slave. This door seems to have lost its spiritual energy. I don't know if it can be easily broken." "I'll try," Yuzhua said. He retreated more than 10 meters and gently slapped his palm in the air. The wind from his palm instantly hit the door. Boom! The door shook violently a few times, and a large amount of dust fell down. It indeed had no power to resist. Yuzhua changed his palm into a fist and added a bit of strength to it. He threw a punch in the air. The air was compressed to the extreme and instantly shot out. Bang! A huge hole was instantly blasted open in the door, and the sound of the vibration spread far and wide. The sound of emptiness echoed in the ears. Looking in from the outside, it was a long, pitch-black path, and spiritual sense could only penetrate a few meters. There was obviously an effect of blocking spiritual sense inside. Everyone was overjoyed, but they all stood there without moving. No one went in first. After looking at each other, everyone's eyes fell on you. "Humph! A bunch of rats. Humph! Yuzhua coldly snorted. He immediately turned into a ray of light and flew into the hole. The other two members of the Long family followed him in. Only then did the crowd enter one by one happily. Yunxiao did not want to take the risk of being the first to enter, so he mixed in with the crowd. Soon all of them entered the altar. Although the passage was long and narrow, they did not encounter any danger. After passing through, they actually saw sunlight, grass, and green trees. It turned out to be a garden full of spiritual energy. This buy-in, everyone was stunned. Yuzhua frowned and said, "The entire altar is sealed. Even if there's a world inside, it can't transform into heaven and earth. What's going on? We can't use common sense to understand the altar anymore," Luo Yuankai said. "Don't forget that we're in the mural on the broken altar above the blood moon. It's indeed reasonable. Everyone, look, the people of the Red Moon City have already taken the lead." Chun Kai Hong pointed to the two sides of the garden. The plants planted there were all emitting an astonishing amount of spiritual qi, but they were all incomplete, as if they had just been picked by someone. Some of them even had their roots dug out. Yunxiao's face flickered as he scanned the herbs with his divine sense. He could only identify a dozen of them, and most of them were top-grade spirit flowers and rare herbs that had been lost. He had even suspected that a few of them were fabricated. He did not expect to find them here. Damn it! That damned Zhang Churin! Yunxiao quickly examined the remaining flowers and plants one by one, and his face turned even uglier than a pig's liver as he roared, "Sinner! He's a sinner!" As an alchemist, Yunxiao naturally knew how precious these things were. All of a sudden, he became extremely agitated and angry, and his heart ached for them. His eyes turned slightly red as he dug up some broken roots and leaves, then carefully put them into a few jade boxes and put them away. After checking it a few more times, he looked at the sky with a pained expression and sighed. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Although Yunxiao was young, in their impression, he was more cunning than many old foxes, and they had never seen him reveal his inner emotions like this. It seemed that alchemists were all lunatics, and they were not wrong. "Young Master Yun, are these all top-grade materials?" Cheng Haomiao could not help but ask. "Top level? Humph, you also know what top tier." Yunxiao's face was dark as he ridiculed him disdainfully. He was thinking about how to snatch the thing from Zhang Churin. If everyone knew what he was thinking, they would probably call him a lunatic. Cheng Haomiao didn't mind being poked and smiled. "Young Master Yun, as an 8th-tier grade alchemist, I naturally don't dare to call myself familiar with it, but I do know some common top-grade materials. I don't seem to see any of them here." "Ha-ha! Ignorant brat!" Yunxiao's heart was filled with anger at the moment, and he wanted nothing more than to find someone to beat him up. "Why don't you tell me about all the top-grade spiritual flowers and rare herbs you know?" Everyone's face was filled with black lines. He was probably the youngest here, yet he actually called someone little child. It was also Cheng Haomiao's first time seeing Yunxiao so angry. Not only was he not angry, but he was also curious. After a moment of thought, he said, "For example, the 3 worms and 3 grass that everyone is most familiar with. They are all top-notch items, each with their own unique effects. Any one of them is worth more than a 9th-tier profound armament." The sneer on Yunxiao's face did not fade as he said, "Trash!" The crowd's faces changed slightly, and they all looked unconvinced. The 3 worms and 3 herbs were the collective name of the 6 top-tier materials, and they were the core materials used to refine some top-tier 9th-tier medicinal pills. They had always been in high demand, but not in the market. Even 9th-tier alchemists were in a rush to get them. Cheng Haobu's expression was calm as he continued, "The Myriad Wonder Flower is the main ingredient for the Myriad Wonder Pill. Even if a high-level Martial Supreme consumed the Myriad Wonder Pill, it can increase the chances of breaking through a bottleneck. This pill only exists in the 2 Holy Lands and the 7 Great Sects. I've never heard of it being circulated on the market." Yunxiao's sneer faded a little, but he still put on a disdainful look as he snorted and said, "Average." This time, Hao Yao's expression also changed as he snorted. "Even this item is ordinary. Young Master Yun, you're too boastful. I'm afraid that the number of exotic flowers and rare herbs in the world that can surpass this can be counted on the fingers of two hands. Ha ha! I told you you're an ignorant child, but you didn't believe me. TSK. You can't even count them with two hands. Bullshit. Yunxiao sarcastically added. The Flower of Myriad Wonders appeared once at Myriad Treasure Store's auction, but it caused such a big commotion that even the two secretaries of the Holy Domain's Spirit Department and Intelligence Department were attracted, as well as a deputy sect master of the Blade Sect, for ninth-tier alchemists of the Sea of Soul Formation, and people from the Long family of the Heavenly Ridge. Their identities are unknown. In the end, a mysterious force intervened in the air and triggered a great battle. Several martial emperor powerhouses fell because of it. The ending of that Myriad Wonder Flower has also become a mystery. From now on, the Myriad Treasure Store no longer dared to auction such an item. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they all revealed suspicious expressions. If there really was such a secret, it was impossible for them not to know. Ha ha ha! Biming Tongfang laughed coldly. You're just making things up. How come no one here has heard of such a big event? Not hearing about it only means that you are short-sighted, Yunxiao said sarcastically. How can you have the cheek to publicize it when you are short-sighted? If I were you, I'd definitely put on a helmet to cover my face and be too embarrassed to face anyone. Biming Tongfang was furious, and just as he was about to attack, Chun Kaihong suddenly spoke. Young Master Yun is right. There is indeed such a thing. Back then, the vice-sect leader of our Blade Sect had brought along a few martial emperor powerhouses to participate in the battle, and one of them had died. Because this matter is too important and is not good for Myriad Treasure Store's reputation, all the major forces have joined forces to suppress it and not spread it. He gave Yunxiao a suspicious look, not understanding how Yunxiao knew such a secret. The Flower of Wonder was eventually taken away by the spirit director of the Sacred Zone, Yuan Gaohan. One of the three from the Long family, a middle-aged man with a long beard and tied hair, suddenly said. Yuzhua turned around in surprise and said, Could it be true? How come I don't know about it? I was one of the participants back then, the middle-aged man laughed bitterly, and I was going with Lord Xiaoyuan. I didn't expect a mere spiritual flower to cause such a huge battle. At that time, I had just broken through to a one-star martial emperor, and I was just cannon fodder. Fortunately, I managed to keep my life. As soon as the man said that, the crowd no longer had any doubts about Yunxiao's words. Biming Tongfang's face turned blue, red, and purple, and he had killed Yunxiao 10,000 times in his heart. Since young Master Yun also knows such a secret, are you still going to say that the Flower of Thousand Wonders is ordinary? Cheng Haobua frowned. Yunxiao's expression did not change as he said indifferently, Average. This time, everyone couldn't hold it in any longer. Biming Lifeng said sarcastically, Then tell me, what else is extraordinary? Cheng Haomiao, on the other hand, continued to ponder. They were not alchemists, and they only knew a little about all kinds of exotic flowers and rare herbs, so they could not count them as family treasures. Suddenly, his face eased, and he said with a chuckle, If this young Master Wu Yun below is still speaking ordinary words, then I can only say that your mouth is thick-skinned and your stomach is hollow, and you only know how to talk big. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and snorted. I'd like to know what you're talking about. Cheng Haomiao seemed to be full of confidence. Legend has it that there's a supreme-grade spiritual flower called the seven-leaf golden lotus. I heard that the flower doesn't have any special effects and is just like a normal spiritual herb. However, the 7 leaves each represent 7 different types of power. There's no need to refine them. As long as you swallow any one of them, you can obtain a corresponding power. It's indeed a top spiritual herb on the continent. 7-leaf golden lotus? I've heard of it before, but it's too magical to be true. Yuzhua said indifferently, This item is real. There is indeed a 7-leaf golden lotus in this world. Yunxiao's expression eased as he said, This item can be considered top grade. Cheng Haomiao couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you think so? Could there be something here that can compare to the 7-leaf golden lotus? Yunxiao sighed and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He pointed at a root in the spiritual garden that had turned yellow and lost all its spirit energy and said, "Look at the stem of this spiritual flower. There are faint patterns of 7 leaves spreading out." Chung Haobu's heart suddenly trembled. He looked over and saw that there were indeed 7 leaf patterns on the half of the withered root. They were evenly distributed, showing the shape of a lotus. He suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that Xianxia, this flower is the 7-leaf golden lotus?" Chung Haobu's heart suddenly trembled. He looked over and saw that there were indeed 7 leaf patterns on the half of the withered root. They were evenly distributed, showing the shape of a lotus. He suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that Xianxia, this flower is the 7-leaf golden lotus?" Everyone was taken aback and looked over. It was exactly as Yunxiao had said. If it was really a 7-leaf golden lotus, its value was so high that it was difficult to estimate. They were even willing to give up their so-called thoughts of heaven in exchange for it. Yunxiao glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "This isn't a 7-leaf golden lotus." "Who?" Everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief. "This thing is called the 7-leaf immortal lotus," Yunxiao said. "One of the 7 leaves of the 7-leaf golden lotus blooms every 1,000 years, and it must be 7,000 years old to fully mature. After maturing, the flower will not wither, but will continue to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to continue growing. Every 1,000 years, a leaf will fall off, but the spiritual qi within will be completely absorbed by the lotus. After 7,000 years, the leaf has completely fallen off, and all the spiritual qi and strange power have been absorbed by the lotus. Only then can it be called a 7-leaf immortal lotus. This lotus has already exceeded the 9th grade, and no one knows what will happen after consuming it." "Ah!" Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The 7-leaf golden lotus was already a legendary item, but this immortal lotus was even more unheard of. It was as if they were listening to a myth. However, at least everyone understood how much wealth the Red Moon City had obtained. Chung Haomiao was stunned for a moment, and even breathing was a little difficult. He said, "You're saying that City Lord Jiang has a level 10 divine medicine?" Yunxiao sighed. "These are only the herbs I know. I don't know at least 2/3 of the exotic flowers and rare herbs here. Their value is beyond description. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that the Soul Formation Sea and the Saints would personally come to the Red Moon City, but Jiang Churen would definitely not admit it." Everyone swallowed their saliva. No one would admit to this kind of thing. After all, it was too shocking. Baiming Tongfang's face turned green as he snorted. Everyone here witnessed this. He had no choice but to admit it. Chun Kaihong said in a deep voice, "Let's not waste any more time. There might be more treasures ahead. If we're too late, we'll be in trouble." When everyone heard this, they hurriedly walked towards the back of the garden. They saw a 2-story pavilion standing there quietly. It was very simple and exquisite. The door was also made into the shape of an eye, and it seemed to be smiling at everyone. After everyone stopped for a moment, they all rushed in and saw a spacious room. It was empty with nothing inside. However, there were traces of items being placed everywhere on the ground, proving that there had been items there before, but they had all been taken away. "Damn it!" Baiming Tongfang cursed in a low voice and suddenly rushed to the 2nd floor. A group of people followed behind him, but only a few people stood still. Yuzhua seemed to be very interested in Yunxiao as he said, "Young Master Yun, why don't you go up?" "Mr. Zhua," Yunxiao sneered, "aren't you asking the obvious? There isn't even a chair left on the 1st floor, so it can be seen that the people of Red Moon City take everything they see and take whatever they can. How could there be anything left on the 2nd floor?" Sure enough, after a short while, that group of people ran back down again, each and every one of them extremely disappointed. In fact, anyone could have thought of such a simple thing, but they were blinded by greed. Chun Kaihong gritted his teeth. "I'm afraid we won't be able to get any benefits. Everything that can be moved away has been taken by the Red Moon City." Everyone suddenly became disheartened. According to this situation, even if there were still good things ahead, it would not be their turn to get them. "I don't think so," Yuzhua said. "Even if these rare and precious weapons were taken away, the most important one, Tian's Eye, would definitely not be so easily obtained. He turned around and walked out, causing everyone to be stunned. Yunxiao was also slightly surprised. This Yuzhua seemed to know something. He smiled and followed him. Behind the pavilion was an empty space, which seemed to have reached the end. There was no other road, and in the empty space was an ancient formation. Several large pillars stood in the surroundings, which seemed to be a place where energy was poured in. It was extremely different from the common formations of today. A teleportation array? Yunxiao asked in surprise. A teleportation array? Everyone was stunned and fell into deep thought. It was thought-provoking to encounter a teleportation formation in this kind of place. Only the heavens knew what was on the other side of the teleportation formation. What do you all think? After thinking for a while, Luo Yuankai spoke. He glanced at the crowd, who were all hesitant. Wealth comes from danger. If you're afraid, then stay. Yuzhua was very straightforward. After he finished speaking, he walked into the teleportation array. Without any movement, the teleportation array began to operate on its own, emitting rays of light. It was the spatial teleportation light that everyone was familiar with. In the blink of an eye, the three people from the Long family had disappeared from everyone's sight. Yuzhua and the other two were so straightforward that everyone looked at each other and couldn't make up their minds. Luo Yuankai turned to look at Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yun, what do you think?" Yunxiao smiled as he strode forward and said, "If the Red Moon City Master can leave, why can't I?" He also stepped into the array, and just like Yuzhua, he was teleported away in a few breaths. This time, everyone was even more anxious. They didn't know whether they should go forward or not. They were all looking at each other. Hu Guangliang chuckled a few times, but he didn't say anything and also walked up. The people from the Soul Devourer clan hurriedly followed, and in the blink of an eye, several more people had disappeared. Even that old fogey, Baguang, dares to leave. What are we afraid of? Baiming Tongfang glanced at the people of Baiming Dark Palace and signaled for them to go up together. Luo Yuankai snorted coldly. When he's here, he calls me Brother Guangliang. When he's gone, he calls me an old ghost. He's really one-faced and one-faced. Chun Kaihong said, "Brother Yuankai, stop complaining. Let's all go together. I hope this isn't a random teleportation formation, or it'll be really troublesome." Seeing that the leaders had made their decision, everyone followed one after another for fear of falling down. Soon no one was left. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared on the blood moon. It was Morongzhu. Every step she took was very elegant and calm. Her figure moved 100 steps in an instant and 1,000 miles in an instant. She arrived in front of the broken altar in an instant. Has Yuetong already entered? A trace of surprise flashed across Morongzhu's face. She looked at the pattern on the wall and reached out her hand to touch it. She sighed deeply and said to herself, "Since that's the case, I'll wait for him in the front." His figure also gradually dimmed, turning into specks of light and entering the mural. Yunxiao was sent away by the spatial teleportation array, and in the next moment he appeared in a sea fog. "It's actually completely blocking divine sense. What's good about this?" Yunxiao was taken aback. The sound of waves kept coming from under his feet, telling him that he was above an ocean, but he could not see his fingers in the dark, and he could not even release his divine sense. He did not even have any coordinates in such a place. What made him even more worried was that heaven knew what was in the sea. Previously, in the sea that was so old that it was as if he had died of fear. He did not know if the teleportation formation was random or directed, but even if it was directed, it was impossible to contact others in the sea fog. The dynasty bell appeared in Yunxiao's hand, and he slapped it hard. Dang! Dang! The sound of the bell was clear and melodious, spreading in all directions, each sound stronger than the last. There's something strange about this sea mist. Yunxiao suddenly became vigilant. With the power of his dynasty bell, he could directly penetrate the power of ordinary phenomena. As long as they were teleported in a specific direction, they would be able to hear his bell and follow the sound to find their way here. But he did not. There could only be two reasons. The teleportation formation was random, or the sea fog had blocked his bell. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a soft voice suddenly came. "Young Master Yun, is that you?" A figure appeared from the sea mist. From the voice and figure, it was Chun Kaihong without a doubt. Then more figures appeared around him. They were the people from the 5 sections few. "It's fortunate that we had your bell, or we would have all been lost in this sea fog." Cheng Haomiao's voice sounded, and he heaved a sigh of relief. "Young Master Yun, your bell can penetrate the sea fog, but our divine powers are restricted," Luo Yuankai said. "I wonder if you have any way to find the direction?" Yun Xiao gently patted the dynasty bell and said with a calm face, "Let me try." The Thousand Autumn's tyrannical sword appeared in his hand, and he poured his elemental energy into it. A saber light suddenly appeared, and he slashed it to the side. "Young Master Yun, I'm teasing you." Luo Yuankai was shocked. With a scream, he was immediately cut in half. Blood gushed out, and the 2 halves of his body fell directly to the bottom of the sea. "Li Yunxiao, why did you kill him?" Sounds of shock and chaos immediately came from all around. It was clear that his blade had exceeded everyone's expectations. Yun Xiao sniffed the blood in the sea mist and said coldly, "It's indeed not human blood. A bunch of clowns. Die." He struck the dynasty bell floating beside him with his left hand, and an ancient sound rang out. An extremely powerful offensive sound wave spread out, and the people of the 5 sects around him all started to cry out loudly. Their voices were very sharp and terrifying, and they didn't sound like humans at all. Yun Xiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his body shone with a golden light. All of a sudden, he revealed his 3-headed and 6-armed transcendence golden body, with 3 eyes opened at the same time. As for the other 2 transcendence forms, one had a ferocious face, and the other sneered, with the mystic artifacts in their hands shining with a golden light. After the immemorial heaven's eye opened, a cold and sharp gaze swept out. It could actually see within a radius of tens of meters. In the air, there were monsters with human bodies and fish heads. Their fish eyes were protruding out, and they covered their ears to resist the bell. Their heads were covered in scales, and they had fangs in their mouths. They were extremely ugly. One of the larger fish heads opened its mouth and spoke in Yujua's voice. "Young Master Yun, what are you doing?"